Thank you. You may be seated. Right. Marissa, are we on the record? Sounds like we are. All right. Good morning. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 7th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium at the conclusion of your matter. Detention officers will have paperwork which will detail my written orders, or which will detail my orders in writing in your case. Give me just a minute and we will get started. And Mr. Romero?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you guys ready? Do you need a minute?
Yeah, I need a few minutes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you just want to, I'm going to start my calendar. Do you just want to wave at me? Or Mr. Garcia, are you on the phone?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you okay with Mr. Romero taking just a few minutes with his client?
Yes, Your Honor, no problem.
Okay, 5, 10. Do you have an estimate for Mr. Garcia's convenience? He's
10, 15 minutes.
15?
10, 15 minutes.
10, 15. Okay. All right, Mr. Garcia, they're saying 10, 15 minutes. Is that okay with you?
It sure is. I appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, just so we get other things done at your convenience, were you also here on number 17? I'm sorry, 37.
37, let me see.
Oh, never mind, you weren't. I take that back. Sorry, I misread my note.
No problem, Your Honor.
Sorry.
All right.
Okay. Do you want to just hang out? Is that okay with you, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll hang back. I'll jump in when they're ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to start this morning then with Samantha Hill, and then we're going to go to Jesus Montes, please. Good morning, ma'am.
What do I?
Yeah, just right there. I need to change something.
Okay.
Give me just a second. Sorry about that, Marissa. I just fixed that. You give me notes and I don't read them. Sorry.
It's okay.
All right, Ms. Hill, go ahead. State your name for the record.
Samantha Hill.
Thank you. And situated. All right, Ms. Hill, you are here on 2 matters. Let's go ahead and talk about your failure to appear matter. First, you are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in your matter CR 2025-116190. In that matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because one should already have been appointed for you. I am setting 2 hearings in that case, the first on May 13th at 8:30 and the next one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your failure to appear case in the amount of $500. Now, you are also here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of burglary in the 3rd degree, unlawful entry, a class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney.
Can you please listen to me?
Yes, ma'am.
My belongings were in the back of that man's car. His car was running and the door was unlocked. I was walking to pass his car. I saw my backpack in the back of his car. I opened it, I grabbed it. The man came out right then when I was grabbing the bag and started dumping my belongings out and trying to hurt me. So I grabbed my things. The only thing of his that I had in my possession was a hat that I picked up because my hat was near his feet. And they're saying that I burglarized him. I did not.
Okay,
Please.
so I have appointed you an attorney, and you can make all these statements to your attorney.
And my court date wasn't online. I was looking for my court date information online for the other one.
Okay.
Because I had the keys to that vehicle, and the woman that owned that vehicle, I was on a scavenger hunt. The scavenger hunt led me to that vehicle, and there was an address on a piece of paper for me to take that car to. Then the next thing I know is I'm being put in the back of a vehicle, a police vehicle, for stealing a vehicle. You have to help me here.
Okay. All right. Based upon the information that I have in the Form 4, I am finding probable cause for those. And like I said, I am appointing you an attorney, so you can tell all of this to your attorney. I am setting 3 hearings in your case, the first on May 13th at 8:30, the next one on May 14th at 1:30 p.m., and the last one on May 15th at 8:30 p.m. Because your most recent violations occurred while you were on release in your case 2025-11619, I am holding you non-bondable in the current case. All right? Go ahead.
Please, no, I have children. I have to go.
Okay, go, ma'am. I've reviewed the Form 4. I am finding probable cause. Go ahead, step to the left. Officers will help you do that.
Please, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. No, I didn't do anything wrong.
Come with me.
All right. All right, Jesus Montes, please. Marissa, do we need an interpreter for 18? Do we have the interpreter on the line?
No, he wasn't able to say the whole document.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was at the end of the document, so I'll grab another one.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Yeah, this is Montes.
Mr. Montes, what is your date of birth?
Oh, 2/19/59.
Okay, and Mr. Montes, you are here on 2 matters. Let's go ahead and talk about your failure to appear matter. You were arrested partially because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest.
Yes.
Failure to appear in your case, CR 2024-147125. In that matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because an attorney, if you were eligible for one, should already have been appointed for you. I am setting 2 hearings in your failure to appear matter, the first on May 13th at 8:30 and the next one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that failure to appear matter in the amount of $100. Now, you are also here because you were arrested yesterday.
Yes.
Hold on just a second. I need to fix this one too. Marissa, I'm so sorry. You were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that violation. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting 3 hearings in your case. I am the first one on May 13th at 8:30, the next one on May 14th at 1:30 p.m., and the next one on May 15th at 8:30 a.m., all in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Because your new offense occurred while you were on release in your felony matter in CR 2024-147125. I am holding you non-bondable today. So go ahead, step to the left. Thank you. Hold on. Oh, that was that one. That was that one. 27. All right, now we're Elias Vilgara, please. Melissa, can you just call Mr. Garcia when we're ready for him so he doesn't have to stay on the phone? Mr. Garcia, would you just like us to give you a call back when we're ready for you so you don't have to hang out on the phone?
That's okay, Your Honor. I got work here. It's all good.
Okay. I just wanted to make it as convenient as possible for you. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Vilgara, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Elias Vilgara. 11/6/86.
Okay, and state your name for me one more time.
Elias Valgara.
Valgara, okay. And Mr. Valgara, you are here on 3 matters, so let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and start with your new matter. You were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated DUI, DUI while your license was suspended or revoked, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings, the first on May 13th at 8:30 and the next one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your new matter in the amount of $5,000. Now, you are on intensive probation, so you will need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours in the event that you are able to post a bond and secure your release. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest alleging a probation violation. In your case, CR 2019-148-070. In that case, I am also appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 14th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In the 2019 probation violation matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Finally, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest. In your case, CR 2020-130712 for a probation violation. In that case, I am also appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on May 14th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In that case, I am holding you non-bondable. So go ahead, step to the left. All right, David Williams Jr., please. Mr. Williams, go ahead, state your name for the record.
David Williams, Jr.
And Mr. Williams, what's your date of birth?
4/16/1992.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of theft of a means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. I did find probable cause for that, and I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 13th at 8:30, and the next one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $7,500. In the event that you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you may not initiate contact with the alleged victim. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Christian Bunting, please. Morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Christian Bunting, 8/23/96.
Thank you, sir. You are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of theft of a means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 13th at 8:30 and the next one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $5,000. You are currently on probation, so you are reminded in the event that you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Go ahead, step to the left. Oh, wait, come back. Sorry, I didn't scroll down. You're here on 2 other matters as well. You are here also because, hold on, the new allegations would constitute a Term 1 violation in the 2 cases on which you are currently on probation, which are CR 2023-008555 and CR 2023-126471. In both of those probation violation matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting hearings on May 14th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In both of those probation violation matters, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 in each case. And again, in the event that you are able to post all of your bonds and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right, now go ahead, step to the left. Thank you, sir. Dominic White, please. Wait. Oh, okay. Mr. White.
There you go. Dominic White, 33093.
All right, Mr. White, you are here because Kyrene Justice Court issued warrants for your arrest in 2 of their matters. And both of those matters are, hold on, violations of promises to appear. Your first matter in the Kyrene Justice Court is TR 2024-116284 and TR 2024-102541. In both of those matters, I am not appointing you an attorney because you are not entitled to a court-appointed attorney due to the nature of those charges. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you in those matters. I am setting hearings in both, or I guess not me personally, but the Kyrene Justice Court has set hearings in those matters on May 19th at 9:30 a.m. That is the same date and the same time for both matters. Will you go to those?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance.
Thank you.
Go ahead, step to the left. Mr. Romero, you are looking like you are ready. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, are you also ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, I'm going to have him give his name and his date of birth, and then I'll have you make your appearances, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Cabrera, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Andrew de Jesus Herrera Cabrera, 09/22/2006.
Okay, and may I have the appearance on behalf of Mr. Cabrera?
Good morning, Your Honor. Tyler Romero on behalf of Andrew de Jesus Herrera Cabrera, who's present in custody.
And I'm sorry, your last name again?
Romero?
Romero, that's what I thought, and then it went by too quickly for me. I apologize.
Thanks, Jen.
All right, and do we have an appearance on behalf of the state?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Garcia on behalf of the state.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. Romero, do you want to be, or I'm sorry, I should start with Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, do you want to be heard with regard to probable cause for the violations cited?
No, Your Honor. We did see that no PC was found regarding murder charges. That's understood at this point, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Romero, did you want to be heard regarding probable cause for the violations as currently alleged?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a brief statement. Your Honor, in the Form 4, no one, positively identifies Mr. Cabrera as the shooter. There's a lot of inferences, but I don't think that's enough to establish probable cause for the alleged offenses. So I would ask the court to find no PC in this case.
Okay, and I did review the Form 4 in advance of this. Respectfully, Mr. Romero, I disagree. I think the car was seen on video. At the time of the shooting, that car was registered to the defendant's mother. Defendant admitted driving the car at the time, and there was an ongoing dispute between the defendant and the victim, at least one of the victims in this case. So at this point, for purposes of the initial appearance hearing, I am going to find probable cause as to drive-by shooting, a Class 2 felony, discharge of a firearm, a Class 3 felony, aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, and discharge of a firearm within the city limits, a Class 6 felony. all committed on or about April 14th of 25. For the purposes of this initial appearance hearing, I am not finding probable cause as to the first-degree murder, which is a Class 2 felony. However, I am advising the defendant that while no PC was found for the first-degree murder allegations for purposes of the initial appearance hearing, only the defendant is advised that the allegations are not dismissed and that formal charges may nevertheless be filed. I am, Mr. Romero, I noticed that your appearance was a limited appearance. Was that for purposes of this initial appearance only?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so then I don't know how your relationship is going to continue as far as counsel for the defendant, so I'm going to go ahead, for purposes of appointing him an attorney, I'm going to find that he is indigent and appoint him an attorney today. If that changes, you know how to file a notice of appearance, right?
Sure.
All right, I am setting 2 hearings in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, the first on May 13th at 8:30, the next one on May 15th at 8:30. I will now consider conditions of release. Mr. Garcia, would you like to be heard on appropriate release conditions, if any?
Thank you. Your Honor, we don't have much to add to the written recommendation. Just for the defense's benefit, we are requesting $1 million cash bond. There were 2 victims in this matter. At least based on the Form 4, it does appear that they were shot from approximately 5 or 10 feet away. The 12 to 15 shots were discharged. 10 shell casings were found on the scene. And obviously, this incident was connected to the defendant through electronic means, an account that he has, as well as a statement that he made to police. So given the seriousness of the charges, we are asking for the $1 million cash bond. Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Romero, would you like to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, we're aware that the allegations are serious. We don't dispute that. Your Honor, I would just ask the court to take into consideration what the purposes are for these conditions. It's to set the least onerous conditions. As you know, Mr. Cabrera has no prior criminal history. He's 18 years old. He was born and raised here. He's got a full-time job. He has family support here as well. Your Honor, we would ask that the court set a reasonable secured amount bond. I think $250,000 secured bond is appropriate. It's a reasonable, and it does factor in those are the least onerous conditions. Your Honor, you can also set additional conditions, ankle monitoring device. He understands he cannot have any contact with any alleged victims in this case. Given the fact that he's presumed innocent at this stage of the process, we believe that $250,000 secure bond is appropriate.
Okay. All right, having heard the state's position as well as Mr. Romero's statements, and in consideration of and I acknowledge that the defendant does have a lack of criminal history. However, based upon my review of the information in the Form 4 and the possible penalties the defendant could face in this matter, I am going to go ahead and set a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750,000. In the event the defendant would be able to post that bond and secure his release, he would be subject to certain other conditions, including pretrial monitoring, electronic monitoring, and of course no contact with the any alleged victim or any alleged complainant or witness. With that, is there anything further from the state, Mr. Garcia?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further from you, Mr. Romero?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Would you like a copy of the paperwork as well?
Yes, please.
Melissa, will you print her one too? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Can I just have this 2 minutes?
All right, Preston Wheeler, please. All right, Mr. Wheeler, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Preston Wheeler,
And Mr. Wheeler, what is your date of birth?
10/20/1999.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested on charges of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, assault with the intent to injure, a Class 4 felony, disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, with an offense date of on or about May 5th of 2025. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings in your matter, the first on May 13th at 8:30, and the next one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $50,000. In the event that you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to release conditions, including electronic monitoring, not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, having any contact with the alleged victim, and no weapons, no drugs, and no alcohol. All right, go ahead, step to the left.
So 50,000 is the bond?
Secured appearance bond,
And
yes.
then, I would just like to point that, you know, I apologize for getting into this mess, but at the same time, the alleged victim is not really so much of the victim. I know, it's ridiculous.
Thank you. All right, Carlos Hernandez Rivera, please, and then Dakota Humphreys.
How are you, Your Honor?
Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
My name is Carlos Hernandez.
Okay. And Mr. Hernandez, what is your date of birth?
My date of birth is May 13, 1990.
Okay, and you are here because you were, actually, you know what, we're going to move you to the end. I'm so sorry. I'll recall you, and I apologize for that. We'll bring you back in just a minute, okay? So go ahead and have a seat, and we'll bring you back, okay?
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Where did he go? I tried to move him to the bottom. All right, sorry about that. You're Dakota Humphreys?
Yes.
All right. And after Mr. Humphreys, we're going to have David Foster. All right, Mr. Humphreys, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Dakota Sparrow Humphreys.
And Mr. Humphreys, what is your date of birth?
April 12, 1991.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, aggravated assault on a first responder, a Class 5 felony, resisting arrest, using physical force, a Class 6 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, also a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. And hold on. Marissa, I forgot to include attorney information. I am appointing you an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 13th at 8:30 and the next one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $1,500.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left.
All right.
David Foster, please. All right, Mr. Foster, I apologize. Apparently, my organization is lacking today. I'm going to go ahead and ask that you go ahead and have a seat in the gallery as well, and we will get to your matter in a minute. All right, Marissa. Oops. Oh. I lost him. Oh. Will you move him to the bottom for me, because when I try, I am failing. All right, Kevin Melton, please, and then Andrew Johnson. He can be at the top of the bottoms. All right, Mr. Melton, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Kevin Melton,
And Mr. Melton, what's your date of birth?
8/14/1992.
Thank you, and you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal damage, a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 13th at 8:30 and the next one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $750. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will be subject to certain release conditions, including no returning to the scene of the alleged crime or having any contact with the alleged victim. You're also on probation, so you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Which brings us to your next case, which is a probation violation matter. You are currently on probation in Maricopa County Superior Court case CR 2024-00641. In that probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I should have said that the allegations in your new charges for which you were arrested yesterday are a alleged term 1 violation of your existing probation. In that existing probation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 14th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In the probation violation matter, I am also setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. Again, in the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
So that's 2 bonds for $750?
Right.
Okay.
Okay? And so it's a combined $1,500.
Okay.
Okay? Go ahead, step to the left. Andrew Johnson, please. Mr. Johnson, go ahead, state your name for the record.
My name is Andrew Milton Johnston.
And Mr. Johnston, what is your date of birth?
It is 11/24/1988.
Okay, and Mr. Johnston, you are here on 3 matters. Let's go ahead and talk about your new matters first. Yes, sir?
Me?
I'm listening, yes?
Okay. I just wanted to state for the record that for my bond matters, I had shown up to one of my court dates 1 day late, and and then the other 2 I had called in. I had called, and I had also sent in several emails on those matters. Not making any excuses or anything like that. I'm just letting you guys know that I did try to be proactive in that regard.
Okay.
And I apologize for wasting. I was not trying to waste the court's time, and I apologize.
All right. So, I can access that. Okay. Mr. Johnston, you're here on 4 matters, so let's go ahead and talk about your new matter first. You were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. Based upon the limited information that I have in front of me, I am not finding probable cause for those violations. That doesn't mean that those allegations are dismissed, and you must still attend, and charges may still be filed, but you must attend your hearings, okay? All right. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, based upon the information you provided, I am finding that you are not indigent. But you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense. In the new matter, I'm setting 2 hearings, the first on May 22nd at 8:30, and the second one on May 27th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Now, you are also here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a bench warrant for failure to appear in your case CR 2024-158276. I'm not appointing an attorney for you in that case either, because if you are eligible for an attorney, one should already have been appointed for you.
Yes.
I am setting 2 hearings in the 2024 case, the first one on May 13th at 8:30 and the second one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the 2024 failure to appear matter in the amount of $500. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a second warrant for failure to appear, this one in your case, CR 2025-11445. In that case, I'm also not appointing you an attorney because if you were entitled to have a court-appointed attorney, one should already have been appointed for you. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting 2 hearings in that 2025 failure to appear matter. The first on May 13th at 8:30 and the next one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that case in the amount of $500. Finally, you are here because the Justice Court, right? Kyrene Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to pay in their matter JC 2015121-666. In that matter, for purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are indigent and an attorney should be appointed, and appointing you an attorney in that matter. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that Justice Court matter in the amount of $50. All right?
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead. You've got some bonds, but you need to make sure you're showing up for stuff.
I will.
And you need to follow the law.
I do need to follow. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
I will not waste the court's time.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Betty Kostashak. Morning, ma'am. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Betty Kostashak, October 26, 2004.
And you're very soft-spoken. Can you please repeat your date of birth?
10/26, 2004.
Thank you. And you are here on 2 matters. Your first matter is your new case. You were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for those, and I am appointing you an attorney. In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $350. Now, you are also on probation in case CR 2023-136763.
Your Honor, sorry to interrupt, but do you think I can go, I'm SMI, do you think I can go to a mental health place where I can get help?
Okay.
Because I'm an addict and I use and I need help.
Okay. So you are on probation currently. You need to let your probation officer know about that, okay? In your probation case, the new charges from 5-6 are an alleged term 1 violation of your existing probation. I am appointing you an attorney in the probation violation matter, and I am setting a hearing in Maricopa County Superior Court on May 14th at 8:30 a.m. In your probation violation matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $350. If you're able to post those bonds and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay?
Thanks. So how much is the total?
$700. Domingo Balderaz, please, and then Jose Sosa Estudio. All right, Mr. Balderaz, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Domingo Balderas, 32481.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of drug paraphernalia, possessing drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on May 13th at 8:30 and May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $750. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you may not have contact with the alleged victim. Okay? Go ahead, step to the left. Jose Sosa is studio, please. And then Lori Macias.
Hello, Your Honor. Jose Sosa Alfredo, or Jose Alfredo Sosa Studio, 09/24/2001.
Oh, okay. Mr. Sosa Studio, you are here because you were arrested on charges of unlawful flight from law enforcement, which occurred on or about March 25th, 2025, and is a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause for that, and I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 13th at 8:30 and the second one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $750.
750?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Also, I have a question. I'm supposed to go back to Tempe for a court today.
Okay. So let the make sure detention officers know about that. They should know about that, and they can arrange a remote attendance if you're still in custody.
Okay. I was gonna say after that, over there, would I be sent back over here?
You can talk to detention staff about that and how that works.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lori Macias, please.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello, Ms. Macias. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Lauren Macias.
And Ms. Macias, what's your date of birth?
10/8/86.
All right, and you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those violations. You were also arrested on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did not find probable cause for that based on the limited information I have. It doesn't mean that charges it doesn't mean that those allegations are dismissed and charges may still be brought, okay? I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 22nd at 8:30 and the next one on May 27th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those? Okay. Now, you are also on probation in case CR 2024-132347. In that case, your new charges would constitute a violation of Term 1 of your existing probation. I am appointing you an attorney in that probation violation matter, and I'm setting hearings on May 14th at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. You need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kira Tom, please. All right, Ms. Tom, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Excuse me, sorry.
Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, Kira Tom.
And Ms. Tom, what is your date of birth?
August 25th, 2004.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 22nd at 8:30 and the next one on May 27th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
Okay, so I am going to require that you sign up with pretrial services. But I am otherwise releasing you today, but you will.
Thank you. Will I get copies of the dates of the court?
Yeah, so that's in the paperwork along with the information from and about pretrial services, okay?
Thank you.
Elizabeth Valentine, please, and then David Addy, or Addy. Morning, ma'am. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Elizabeth Valentine,
And Ms. Valentine, what is your date of birth?
4604.
All right, and you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. Did I say that the drug paraphernalia is a Class 6 felony and the possession of dangerous drugs is a Class 4 felony? I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. And I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first one on May 22nd at 8:30 and the next one on May 27th at 8:30. Will you go to those?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to release you to pretrial services, all right? Go ahead, step to the left.
I'm getting released today?
To pretrial services. So you are going to have to, you are subject to pretrial, to services, you are required to sign up and comply with pretrial services, but otherwise, yes, I'm releasing you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Just can't talk today. David Addy, please, and then Lizette Bustillos, please. Hi. Go ahead, state your name for the record, sir.
David 80,
And Mr. 80, what is your date of birth?
072776.
Thank you. And Mr. 80, you are here because the West Mesa Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in their matter. You are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you here today because of the nature of the charges. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you in that matter. The West Mesa Justice Court has set a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the West Mesa Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Lizette Bustillos and then Terrence Long, please. Okay. Good morning, Ms. Bustillos. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Lizette Bustillos.
And Ms. Bustillos, what is your date of birth?
12/31/78.
Thank you. And you are here today on 2 matters. You are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and driving with a suspended license, a Class... What is that? Give me just a second. Okay. And driving with a suspended license. I did find probable cause for both of those with offense date of 5/6/25. You were also arrested on charges of shoplifting, Class 1 misdemeanor on April 13th of 25. I also found probable cause for that. Because of the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. A hearing has been set in the Goodyear Municipal Court on May 21st at 1 p.m. Will you go to that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're also here because the Peoria Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in their matter. Again, because of the nature of the charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. The Peoria Municipal Court has set a hearing on May 27th at 9 a.m. Will you go to that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You need to make sure you go to your hearing.
I will.
Because you know arrest warrants issue, okay?
I will.
All right, go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
Terrence Long, please. Morning, sir.
How you doing?
Good. All right, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Terrence Long,
And Mr. Long, what is your date of birth?
8/11/67.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on obstruction, refusing to give your true name, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct fighting, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. Because of the nature of the charges, wait, hold on just a second. That's right. Yes, sir.
So they said fighting?
Yeah.
They never told me anything about fighting. I wasn't fighting anybody. I was on my property. I don't know where this fighting came from.
Okay, hold on. All right, I'm reading the Form 4. It appears it was a verbal altercation. I'm still finding probable cause for it. Because of the nature of the charges, I am not appointing you an attorney here today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. A hearing has been set in the West Mesa Justice Court on May 27th at 8:30. And I'm going to release you on your, will you go to that? Okay, yes. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, but I want to go back to what you said. Where were you when this happened, or allegedly happened?
I was in my apartment complex.
It was in your apartment complex. Okay. Okay. So I am, thank you for clarifying that. I am stating that you may not have initiate contact with the alleged victim or have any contact with any alleged victim or initiate contact with the alleged complainant or witness. Okay? All right. No weapons, no drugs, no driving without a valid license, and go ahead, step left. Make sure you go to your hearing, okay?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, step left. Oh, we did need to reprint that, Marissa. I'm sorry. Thank you. All right, Fatima Colazo, please.
Hi.
Hi. All right, Ms. Colazo, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Fatima Colazo.
And Ms. Colazo, what is your date of birth?
April 17, 2007.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of second-degree burglary, a Class 3 felony, and first-degree criminal trespass, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 22nd at 8:30 and the second one on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. However, I'm reminding you that I'm also ordering that you not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, okay? Go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
Ford Nakia, please. I'm sorry, Nakia Ford. I apologize. And it's probably Nakia.
Yes, it's Nakia.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
I got it wrong, and then I just stayed with it wrong, and I'm so
fine.
sorry.
Thank you.
Ms. Ford, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Nakia Ford.
And Ms. Ford, what is your date of birth?
December 3rd, 1974.
Thank you. And Ms. Ford, you are here today because the Litchfield Park City Court issued a warrant for your arrest. Because of the nature of the charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you here today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. The Litchfield Park City Court has set a hearing for you on May 21st at 1 p.m. Will you go to that?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. Go to your hearings because I can't believe that this was a great use of your time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right.
Then have an interpreter on the line for me.
18. All right. Let's go ahead and clear, if we could.
We're gonna see, Hernandez still, or Carlos Hernandez?
I'm gonna take him first after we clear, and then we can take him, and then we're gonna take everyone, and then clear.
Okay.
So clear, and then him, and then clear.
Go ahead, take your bath, When you hold, you're gonna hold 2 minutes. Open that. Leave. 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 I need him and him on. I need him and him on. He has to go and he has to go. I have it. I'll put your paperwork. Have you got that up? Who are you? And you are Hernandez? And who are you? Eva? Yeah, you got moved to the 11. You got moved to the 11. Step on up there, please. Showed you that earlier. Joe? So my phone Ramon? Yeah. He's on 11. Okay. And who are you? Last name? You should have your paperwork ready. And I'd use the same elevator in a second. Sorry.
No, no worries. It's a lot of people to organize, right? David Foster, please. All right, Mr. Foster, go ahead. State your name for the record.
David Foster.
Okay. And, you know, I still can't get this right. Go ahead, sit down. I meant to take Carlos Rivera. I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. My organization is not the best this morning. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
My name is Carlos Hernandez.
Okay, and Mr. Hernandez, what is your date of birth?
My date of birth is May 13, 1990.
Thank you. And you were arrested on charges of child or vulnerable adult abuse or intent to abuse, class 4 felony, and disorderly conduct, fighting a the abuse is a class 4 felony, the disorderly conduct is a class 1 misdemeanor. The offense date is on or about April 27th of 25. I did find probable cause for those. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting 2 hearings in your case. The first one on May 13th at 8:30, and the next one on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $1,000. In the event that you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain release conditions, including electronic monitoring, not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, or having any contact with the alleged victim.
Your Honor, I have sole custody of this child, and I've had sole custody of her for the last 13 years, and I get no child support, I get no help. She has hidden social media accounts. She has all Fs. She has over 200 missing assignments. She cusses at us. She does whatever she wants, whenever she wants.
Okay, hold on just a second.
And for the time being, I put her, even though I have sole custody and I have her 26 days out of the month, and her mom only sees her 4 days, she's actually staying with her mom at the moment.
Okay. And the child is with her mother at the moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I do have sole custody of her since 2013. This was made more than what it really was. All I really was trying to do was just give her a quick smack and just put some shame on her.
Okay.
And that was completely it. It got taken a lot farther than what it should have been.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
All right, child is currently with the child's mother, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And she did also try calling CPS on me a year and a half ago.
Oh, okay, hold on, sir. And I realize that families come with a lot of history.
Yes, ma'am.
But there's only so much I can do today, okay?
Okay.
Was the child at your house when the incident occurred?
So
where did the incident occur?
It happened in my house, but she wasn't supposed to be back in my house until the next day.
Okay.
The only people living in my house at the moment.
Hold on. Was it just you and your daughter in the house at the time of the alleged incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the child's mother lives separately from you?
We've been separated since 2012.
Okay,
Your Honor.
and the child's mother has her own house, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where the child is currently staying?
She's been staying there since the incident, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't get in trouble. I don't.
Okay, and I saw your criminal history. I know. I have that information. But I also have the Form 4 that describes the injuries, all right? So I am taking this seriously, sir. Okay, because somebody got hurt.
So I actually, the first time I spoke to the sergeant or the detective was actually yesterday. I was told to show up to the court, to the police station to have a conversation, and instead I was arrested. I was very lightly able to speak about the situation, and she just kind of like heard me out and then just told me that I was going to go back in the cell. She did say that I was going to be able to make a phone call. They denied me a phone call for 12 hours while I was there, and I just barely spoke to my wife about an hour ago.
Okay. All right. So here's what I'm doing, sir. And Marissa, I have made some changes. The child is currently with your wife.
My ex-wife,
with
Your Honor.
your ex-wife. Sorry
Yes,
about that. I am saying that you may not have any physical contact with the alleged victim.
And I have not.
Okay. I thank you for the clarification on living situations. That helps me make a good order. I am going to continue the electronic monitoring.
What does that mean, Your Honor?
It means it's an ankle monitor. So pretrial services will be able to track location and make sure that
the only places I go to is just work and home, Your Honor.
Okay,
I don't go out. I don't party.
It is a. Wait, hold on, just one more time, Marissa. I'm sorry, I'm adding something. So you can give all that information to pretrial services, and so they can talk about times.
When I sat down with the detective yesterday morning, I said around like 10:30. When I showed up to the courthouse, I did break all of this down. I went in very deep depth of the situations that we're running into with our daughter.
Okay.
And I don't know.
All right. Well, I have appointed you an attorney, and your next hearing is on May 13th, and you'll have the opportunity to talk to the judge at that point. At this point, I've made my order, and you'll see it in the paperwork. And I'm sorry for the multiple prints, Marissa.
So do I get to go home?
You can go home because the child doesn't live there.
Okay.
The child is with your ex-wife. You can go home.
Okay.
Okay, but you may not have physical contact with the alleged victim.
That's okay. Do I have to pay anything? I don't know how I've never been in trouble. I don't know how any of this works.
I'm setting a secured appearance bond of $1,000. So you can work with a bond company to post that bond. Okay. And detention officers will have that information for you.
And is that really necessary for this? I mean, I haven't been in trouble ever. I will be there on the 13th. It is my birthday. I don't know if you noticed that, but I will be there at 8:30. I will be there the next day. I will be there early. do whatever it is that needs to be done. I would just like to go home to my wife and son.
Okay. I am leaving that $1,000 set. You can post it, you can secure your release in the event that you are able to post it. You can work with a bond company to post it. And then there will be ankle monitoring. I appreciate the fact that you have a game plan, and I like that, but I am cognizant, one of my concerns is public safety, and I also have to look at the strength of the state's case based upon what I'm seeing in the Form 4, and I am seeing that there were injuries, okay?
I just feel like ankle monitor for being my first attempt is kind of like...
It's pretty standard with DV cases, so go ahead and step
And how do I pay a bond? I don't know.
You can talk to detention officers about that. All right,
can
go
I
ahead.
pay for that myself right now?
I'm sorry, what?
Can I pay that for myself?
Yeah.
Or do I have somebody?
Go ahead, talk to detention officers. Go ahead, step to the left. The logistics of that are not really something I get involved in, but you can talk to detention officers, and they'll be able to give you the information. Okay? Go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's go ahead and clear him if we could, and then we'll take the other two. All right, David Foster. All right, Mr. Foster, go ahead, state your name for the record.
David Foster,
Mr. Foster, what's your date of birth?
October 8th, 1978.
All right, you are here on two matters. So let's go ahead. We're going to talk about your probation violation matter first. You are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest and your probation, alleging that there was a probation violation in your case, CR 2019-001681. In that probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on May 14th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. That probation violation matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,600. Now, you are also here because the grand jury in Maricopa County issued a warrant for your arrest, alleging that on or about September 5th, 2024, you failed to register as a sex offender, a Class 4 felony. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on May 14th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In that case, I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $2,000. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, specifically in the grand jury matter, I am requiring certain release conditions, including ankle monitoring, and you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right, go ahead, step to the left. All right. Mr. Interpreter, or Miss Interpreter.
Yes, Your Honor, Sylvia Fisher, court interpreter.
Good morning, Ms. Fisher. I apologize for the delay, and I thank you for your patience. We are now calling Nathaniel Sanchez Hernandez, please.
Nathaniel Sánchez Hernández, por favor.
Hi. Will you please state your name for the record, sir?
Por favor, diga su nombre completo para el acta, señor.
Nathanael Sánchez Hernández.
Nathanael Sánchez Hernández.
All right, and Mr. Hernandez, what is your date of birth?
Señor Hernández, ¿cuál es su fecha de nacimiento?
10/06/1997.
Your Honor, the interpreter is going to ask a clarification as to his birth date.
Okay.
Señor, ¿es el 10 de junio o es el 6 de octubre?
10 de junio. 10 de junio.
June 10th, 1997.
Thank you. And Mr. Hernandez, you are here today because the grand jury in Maricopa County issued a warrant for your arrest on 4 counts of sexual conduct with a minor, all of them class 6 felonies.
Gracias, señor. Usted se encuentra aquí porque el jurado indagatorio emitió una orden para su detención. Usted se encuentra aquí porque hay 4 puntos acusatorios en su contra de conducta sexual con un menor de edad, delitos de clase 6.
For purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are not indigent.
En cuanto a la designación de un abogado para representarlo, determino que usted no es menesteroso.
You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you.
Usted puede contratar a su propio abogado para representarlo a su propio costo.
I am setting a hearing on May 14th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Programo la siguiente cita judicial. Es una audiencia que se va a llevar a cabo el 14 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior que se encuentra en el centro.
I am also setting a cash-only appearance bond in your case in the amount of $20,000.
También fijo una fianza que solamente se puede pagar en efectivo que asciende a $20,000.
In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to other release conditions.
Si usted llega a pagar la fianza y si se lo pone en libertad, tendría que cumplir con otras condiciones.
Including electronic ankle monitoring.
Eso incluye el monitoreo electrónico, le colocarían a usted una tobillera electrónica.
And you may not have any contact with the alleged victim.
Y no puede tener contacto con la supuesta víctima.
All right, go ahead, step the last.
Con mi hijo, si puedo verlo, en dado caso, puedo ver a mi hijo.
Well, in any case, would I be able to see my son? Would I be able to see my son?
So, does your son live with the alleged victim?
¿Su hijo vive con la supuesta víctima?
Es la mamá de mi hijo.
She's the mother of my son.
Tiene 4 años.
He's 4 years old.
Okay. There is a lot going on in your case, and I have very limited information because this is a grand jury arrest warrant. I'm going to leave the no contact with the victim in place for now. You may talk to the judge about the matter on May 14th at 8:30.
Hay mucho que está pasando en su caso y tengo información limitada porque fue una orden de detención que fue emitida por el jurado indagatorio. Por el momento, no puede tener contacto con la supuesta víctima, pero usted puede hablar con el juez acerca de su caso en la audiencia que le toca el 14 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Ok, perfecto.
Okay, perfect.
All right, go ahead, step to the left.
Pasa a su lado izquierdo.
All right, Madam Interpreter, Ms. Fisher. I think that's everybody for today. Thank you for your time and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
JPS, Patterson.
All right, we have one house call, and that house call is AJ Davis. Mr. Davis is not able to be with us this afternoon or this morning. And why is Mr. Davis not
Not
in?
suicide watch.
For the reasons just stated by the detention officer. Mr. Davis was arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony occurring on or about May 1st, 2025, and other violations which occurred yesterday, which are aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, aggravated assault violation of a protection order, a Class 6 felony, aggravated harassment, a violation of an order of protection, a Class 6 felony, disobeying a court order, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing an attorney for Mr. Davis. I am setting 2 hearings in his case, the first on May 13th at 8:30 and the next one on May 15th at 8:30. I am setting a secured appearance bond in Mr. Davis's case in the amount of $25,000. In the event that Mr. Davis were able to post that bond and secure his release, he would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including ankle monitoring. If anything happens, if anything changes, once I talk to Mr. Davis, I will update my written order in that case. And with this, we are going to stand adjourned at the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar, and we will reconvene at 11.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf for the new charges. Today, you'll see a judge next week.
Ma'am, is there any way to change my bond?
No, I think
Or
the bond
ask
is
for a fixed
appropriate, sir. You can talk to the judge next week about it, but because of the failures to appear and the new charges, I do think a $500 bond is appropriate at this time. All right, thank you, Mr. Reed.
Your Honor, sound check. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. Computer issues.
No problem. Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Dakota Cook, Dakota Sterling Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. I'm seeing you today for your initial appearance on a new charge out of Marana Municipal Court for domestic violence, criminal damage, and disorderly conduct, which are misdemeanors. You also have a failure to appear out of Tucson City Court for a theft. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. On your Marana City Court case, sir, I will appoint Janet Altschuler to represent you. On your Tucson City Court case, I will appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you. Looks like they were previously appointed as well. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. On the Marana case, I'm going to pose a bond of $50, cash or secured. If you do post that, sir, conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, do not commit any further acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim, who is going to be your grandfather, Franklin Cook. Not return to his residence or anything like that. Your next court date is actually today, this afternoon at 12 p.m., May 7th at 12 p.m. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video, and Ms. Altschuler will be there as well. And then for your Tucson City Court case, sir, because of the failure to appear, I'm going to impose a bond of $50 as well on that case. Will be cash or secured. If you do post that bond as well, conditions include no contact with the alleged victim of the theft, do not return to the incident location. Next court date for Tucson City will be May 16th. That's next week at 1:45 p.m. Again, if you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video and the attorney will be there. As you can see, when you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Cook?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Thanks. Hey. Well, I just have to fact check. You're gonna have to bring all of your space. No, we're gonna have to just. Well.
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Good morning, Jay Phelan.
Middle name, Eric?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Phelan. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for burglary in the second degree. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you today, sir. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $30,000 bond. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
Your Honor, this looks to be a fairly brutal assault. I'm not sure why the assault also hasn't been charged, but it does contribute to the state's recommendation in looking at the entire picture here. It's an allegation of breaking in, breaking down a door, assaulting an individual that was apparently an ex-girlfriend, damaging the apartment, stealing a cell phone, and then fleeing. $30,000. This individual is dangerous.
Thank you. Mr. Palzer?
Judge, I guess the confusion would be if Charles Service has this listed out as a nonviolent felony, and he's not charged with an assault. And obviously, I mean, people are innocent until proven guilty, but I guess they're also innocent until being charged with something. So, you know, I'd ask the court not to consider a lot of things that are uncharged acts at this point in time and release this man to pretrial services.
All right, thank you. I understand that the other allegations are not charged, but it is part of the interim complaint, and I am able to consider the allegations that are contained in the interim complaint, that the facts underlying offense, you know, the charges for a Berg second. So I do believe a bond is appropriate and impose a bond of $5,000, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. But if you're released, conditions will include absolutely no acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim in this case, do not return to her house or try to find her or anything like that. No drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed. Your next court date, sir, is going to be a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 1:30 p.m. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that date or future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. It's in your best interest to keep in contact with your attorney. You understand all that, Mr. Balin?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Ms. Blackwell? See them all along.
Morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Rosa Blackwell.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges for possession of dangerous drugs and possession of paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Legal Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you today, ma'am. I've reviewed the interim complaint, the pretrial services report. The state's written recommendation is released to pretrial and potentially steps eligible. Mr. Poston, is that all correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. PTS and screen for steps.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Palzer?
Judge, that's appropriate.
Thank you.
We agree.
And wait time for the preliminary hearing date?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. So Ms. Blackwell, the state has a substance abuse treatment program called STEPS. They're saying that they could do a screening for you. Would you be interested in participating in that diversion program?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services today. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring and treatment as directed. Your next court date will be May 14th at 9 a.m. That's next Wednesday at Downtown Superior Court on the 3rd floor. You'll find out if you qualify for that diversion program. And if you qualify and you complete it well successfully, they dismiss the felony charges for you, okay? If you don't show up, they're not going to consider you for that program. So make sure you show up next Wednesday.
Okay.
All right, the next court date after that will be the June 23rd, 1:30 for the preliminary hearing.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Blackwell, you're excused for today.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown? All the way up. All the way up. I do have another attorney that.
I know that.
Oh, okay, I was just making sure.
I got all kinds of information from him.
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
I saw William Brown.
All right, Mr. Brown, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a post-indictment matter, CR 2025-1797. The charges are for kidnapping, aggravated assault, domestic violence, kidnapping, aggravated assault. Those are the felonies, and there's a misdemeanor assault as well. And looks like you failed to appear in an arraignment date. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'll be imposing some release conditions for you, sir. I reviewed the pretrial services report. Looks like the bond amount was $35,000.
$35,000.
That's the state's written recommendation as well. Mr. Poston, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Palzer.
Judge, I do have a communication from Mr. Massey, who is Mr. Brown's assigned counsel. And he indicates, as does the pretrial service report, that on April 16, Mr. Brown was out of custody on this matter. He was pending, it was basically pre-indictment. On April 16, the state decided they were going to dismiss the case. So they did so. And then I guess the very next day, April 17, they then went and got a direct indictment, basically now asking for an arrest warrant with a $35,000 bail. That was done obviously as a secret warrant because it was done through the grand jury in a direct indictment. On April 29th, Mr. Brown was in an OOP hearing relating to but not part of this case. At that hearing, he was handed the indictment and the warrant. He was not detained and counsel was not present at that time. It looks like, he's done every hearing he's supposed to be at. He's been totally compliant with his release conditions while they were imposed. And we would ask the court to simply give the previously set amount of, possibly lower than $10,000. I don't see why anybody would want to raise his bail when the matter was dismissed and then re-indicted the next day. It kind of doesn't seem very equitable that, they get to choose, we're going to dismiss it one day and then we'll re-indict you the next day and ask for a higher bond.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pauls. I appreciate the background information. I'm going to impose a bond of that $10,000, which was the amount previously imposed back in March. It's cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. Conditions of release would include no acts of domestic violence, no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed, absolutely no contact with the alleged victim, not try to go find her residence or her work. I don't know if the petitioner on that active order protection, Caitlin Lane, is the same victim alleged in this case, but that order protection is still active, so all terms of that order protection as well. Your next court date, sir, will be next Wednesday, May 14th at 1:30 p.m. at the Superior Court for criminal arraignment. If you're released before then, or if you post your bond, it's up to you to make sure you show up to the 3rd floor of Superior Courthouse to make your arraignment date. As you can see, when you fail to appear for court, warrants can issue for your arrest. Understand all that, Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Mr. Bub? That's it right there. Ms. White, put on that.
All right, sir, can I get your full name, please?
Alex Michael Bub.
Thank you, Mr. Bub. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a failure to appear for an arraignment on a post-indictment matter felony, CR 2025-0523. That's for burglary in the 2nd degree and a criminal damage. And then you have some failures to appear out of Tucson City Court.
I didn't even know about this.
Okay, hold on. Let me say all my things first. You'll have an opportunity to ask questions at the end if you have any. All right, so failure to appear out of Tucson City Court for drug paraphernalia, theft, reckless burning, crime trespass, additional crime trespass, reckless burning, drug paraphernalia. And you also have a South Tucson City Court as well. And that's for failure to appear for a theft. So I'll be setting release conditions for you for all of these. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. On the felony case, I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And you have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. For the Tucson City Court matter, I'll appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office. And for your South Tucson City Court matter, I'll appoint Michael Vaughn. I'll be your attorney to represent you. All right, let's talk about the felonies first. I've reviewed the pretrial services report. The state's written recommendation is a $5,000 bond. Looks like that was the bond amount listed in the warrant from Superior Court. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Palzer.
Judge, I would point out that it looks like, according to pretrial, that he's never been previously arrested in this matter. So I don't know if he actually had any actual knowledge of this case. So I would ask that on this matter, he be released to pretrial services.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the failures to appear, history of failures to appear indicating the pretrial service report. So I will impose a bond of $5,000 in the felony matter, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. Conditions of release, sir, would include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed by pretrial, absolutely no contact with alleged victims in the matter. Do not try to go find them. Your next court date on the felony matter, sir, will be May 14th at 1:30 p.m. for criminal arraignment in Superior Court. All right, for your South Tucson City Court matter, so I'm going to impose a bond of $50. The only condition for that is not return to the incident location. Your next court date is actually tomorrow, May 8th at 10 a.m. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video. Mr. Vaughn, your attorney, will be there. And for the Tucson City Court matters, impose a bond of $500. That will be cash or secured. Conditions of release would include no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with the alleged victims, don't return to the incident locations. Next court date for Tucson City is May 16th at 1:45 p.m. As you can see, when you fail to appear for court, sir, warrants can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Bub? Mr. Bub, you understand you have all those court dates? You have 3 separate ones.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. No, you're not getting out today. Thank you.
We'll start.
Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Renee Clark.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a post-indictment matter from Pima County Superior Court, CR 2025-1647, for burglary in the 3rd degree. It looks like you also failed to appear for shoplifting out of Pima County Justice Court, which is a misdemeanor. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you on your felony matter. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, ma'am. I've reviewed the pretrial services report. The state's written recommendation is a $2,500 bond on the felony, which was the amount listed on the warrant. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Palzer?
Judge, I'd ask for release of pretrial services. There's a very limited criminal history I see here. And the matter before the court is a class 4 at most, and it's a nonviolent offense. And given that, it looks like everything else would be leaning towards release at this time, so we would ask pretrial supervision.
All right, thank you. And I did see on Agave that the summons was returned mail, so it looks like Ms. Clark never actually got a copy of the summons. All right, so Ms. Clark, I will release you to pretrial services on your felony matter. Conditions of your release include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring and treatment as directed by pretrial, no contact with the alleged victim of the burglary. Don't try to go find them or anything like that. No contact, there's a co-defendant listed. I don't know if you know the person, but no contact with the co-defendant, Chris McBride, regarding this case or regarding the charges. Your next court date, ma'am, will be May 14th at 1:30 p.m. That's next week, next Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. at 3rd floor of the Superior Courthouse. All right. If you fail to appear for that court date, a warrant will issue for your arrest. You understand all that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I have a question?
Go ahead.
Where is the Superior Court at?
It's 110 West Congress.
You'll get it right.
You'll get a sheet of paper when you get released from jail today. And when you check in with pretrial, they'll give you some information as well. All right. On your justice court case, I'm going to release you on the shoplifting on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions of that one include no contact with the alleged victim, that business. Don't go back to wherever that was. Next court date for that will be May 19th at 8:30 a.m. at the Pima County Justice Court downtown. Again, you'll get a sheet of paper with the address and date and all that. If for some reason you can't make your court dates, you call them and you let them know, so warrant won't issue. Okay?
Okay.
All right, you're excused for today, Ms. Clark.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Scott Ware Clockfelter.
Clockfelter, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges for criminal trespass in the 1st degree, 2 counts. There's also some misdemeanors. Failure to comply with a court order, disorderly conduct, criminal damage. These are all alleged to be domestic violence. So you have felonies out of, and then you have some misdemeanors out of justice court. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. On your felony matter, sir, I'll appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. We have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir.
Yes.
Looks like you're currently pending a case out of Pima County Superior Court as well.
Really?
All right. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the 2 interim complaints. The state's requesting a no bond hearing. Is that correct, Mr. Poston?
It is.
Mr. Palzer?
Judge, we'd ask that be set as soon as possible. We'd also ask that if the state immediately provide to counsel all the disclosure in the case, because, a lot of times these go away, but certainly I assume if the state's asking for it, they intend to have the hearing.
All right, thank you. All right, so sir, the Arizona Constitution allows for the state to request pending a felony case and they get arrested on a new felony case, but there's an evidentiary hearing that needs to be set for that. So I'll set the no bond hearing in Superior Court on May 12th at 2:30 p.m. That's next Monday. And after that, the next court date will be the preliminary hearing on May 19th at 1:30 p.m. So that's for both felony cases.
Your Honor, I'm a pretty sick man, and I've only got a couple of months to live. And I was hoping that you could send me home.
So unfortunately, I cannot do that. When the state requests it and legally they are allowed to request one, I don't have the discretion to override when the state legally requests one. Okay, so the hearing is next. You can talk to your attorney about it, but next Monday, May 12th at 2:30 p.m. That will be the no bond hearing date.
You'll see a judge on Monday. You'll see a judge on Monday.
Okay.
All right, and then on your justice court, actually, excuse me, it's Green Valley Justice Court case. That one I will impose a bond of $500 because you'll be held in custody, at least for now, on the felony matters. That'll be cash or secured. I'll point you an attorney. Robin Ald will be your attorney for that one. You actually have a hearing tomorrow, May 8th at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
And if you do post that $500 for the justice court case, conditions will include no contact with the victim, no acts of domestic violence, don't go to the victim's residence, etc. All right, so you'll see a judge tomorrow about your Green Valley Justice Court case, and then you'll see a judge next Monday on the felony cases.
Okay, I do have money on my book. I think I got a little over 500.
Okay, well, you can talk to your attorney about whether that's a good idea to post the Green Valley Justice Court case at this time, since you still have to wait till Monday to figure out what's going to happen on your felony case.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Crawford. Walk that door, have a seat at the other desk. Each spot. Make sure you go down the stairs and then up the right.
All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Do I give the judge your name? Do I give the judge your name? Jeremy Crawford.
Middle name, Wayne?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Mr. Crawford. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia, which are felonies. Looks like you also have a failure to appear out of Tucson City Court for interference in judicial proceedings. I do see an adult probation hold. So regardless of what I do today, sir, you'll have to see a judge in Superior Court on your adult probation hold.
Well,
You have the right. Hold on, let me say my things. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. For your felony case, I'll appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And for your Tucson City Court case, I'll appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office. All right, I have to set some release conditions for you, sir. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is released to pretrial and steps screening. Mr. Poston, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Palzer, given the APO holds, would you like a nominal bond in this case?
Yes, I'd like to have him get credit, Judge, maybe a, $100 bond in this matter, and have him refer to steps.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Crawford, the state has a drug diversion program that they may be able to screen you for. Would you be interested in participating in that?
No.
You would not be interested in participating in a drug diversion program?
No, because I've been led to that. I've been like falsified, like fake warrants and a fake new charge. Like
That has nothing to
that's what.
do with drug diversion and substance abuse treatment. Would you be interested in some sort of screening to see if you can qualify for substance abuse treatment and counseling?
No, I'm okay. I don't have a abuse addiction problem. I just, they.
Okay.
That's what I was. That's what I was told. I was told that they're not real warrants and falsely accused of a charge. That's what I was told, and I thought they would be a correction of all that.
All right, Mr. Palzer, do you still want me to set a steps hearing?
No, Judge, if he doesn't want to do it, that's fine, and I can't at this point waive time for the PH if he doesn't want to do the program.
No. Okay. So I'll impose a bond on the felony matter for $100.
What's the bid?
It's going to be $100 on the new felony charges, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. Conditions of release if you are released or post bond include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring and treatment as directed. Your next court date will be a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 1:30 p.m. That hearing date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you're released from custody, sir, you're also to contact your probation officer. All right, on your city court matter, I'll impose a bond of $50, cash or secured. Conditions, if you post that bond or if you're released on your city court, will be do not commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim in that matter, don't go to her residence or anything like that. Next court date will be in front of Judge Million, May 14th at 1:30 p.m. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video. The attorney will be there. As you can see, when you fail to appear for court, sir, warrants can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Crawford?
Yeah, I was unlawfully detained, and
Well, that's something you can talk to your attorney about on whether you were unlawfully detained.
I was attached. Like they were being like mind controlled.
Okay, well, you can talk to your attorney about all that.
I could hear it. They're controlling their mind. Like it tries to control me. I gotta be getting them out of people. These autistic things are trying to control people. I'll be throwing them out of people's heads all the time. Like it's become a problem more and more over the years, and it's gonna become more and more of a problem for the whole world.
You can talk to your attorney about that, Mr. Crawford. I can't really help you with that today. All right. You'll have attorneys on all your cases. Your excuse for today, Mr. Crawford. Thank you.
Mr. Edwards?
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
I know Eli Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing today on some new felony charges for possession of narcotic drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have some failures to appear out of Tucson City Court for possession of drug paraphernalia and criminal trespass. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. On your felony case, I'll appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you today, sir. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is pretrial release with steps eligibility. Mr. Poston, is that all correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Palzer?
Judge, I believe that would be a good idea.
And waive time for the PH date?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. So, Mr. Edwards, the state is saying that you may be eligible for a drug treatment program, for a diversion program. Would you be interested?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir. I'm going to release you to pretrial services. Your next court date will be next Wednesday, May 14th at 9 a.m. at the Superior Courthouse downtown on the 3rd floor. They do a screening for you to make sure that you qualify. You'll find out next Wednesday if you qualify or not. If you don't show up to court, then they're not going to consider you for the program. So make sure you show up. If you complete it and you qualify, the felony charges would be dropped. All right, the next court date after that will be the preliminary hearing on June 23rd at 1:30 p.m. Mr. Edwards' conditions of your release to pretrial include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that next Wednesday date or a future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then on your city court matter, sir, I am going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. So you have 2 court dates to worry about next Wednesday, and then you have June 16th. That's going to be your next Tucson City Court date, June 16th at 2 p.m. When you get released from jail today, you'll get sheets of papers with the dates and times and addresses and all that. Conditions of your city court release include no drugs, no alcohol, do not return to the incident locations of the trespasses. As you can see, when you fail to appear for court, sir, warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Your Honor, jail here.
Yes?
I just wanted the court to be aware that Mr. Edwards does have a superior court holster.
Oh, my apologies. Did not see that. Okay, so it looks like you're being held in Superior Court, sir, for something else. It's a $5,000 bond. So on your Tucson City Court case, sir, I'm still releasing you on your own recognizance, but I'm going to appoint you an attorney since you're in custody right now. So I'll be the Tucson City Public Defender's Office. And the next court date for Tucson City will actually be June 20th. All right, and Mr. Palzer, would you like a nominal bond on the felony case?
I think that would be appropriate, Judge, and he could still be referred to steps even if he's in custody.
Yes. Monty? Oh. There we go. Okay. All right, sir. So they are still going to impose a bond of $100 on the felony matter, the drug charges. $100 cash or secured. So, sir, your next court date is still next Wednesday, but if the bonds are still there, you'll be seen. The jail makes sure you get seen. They still do a screening and everything to see if you qualify for that diversion program. The preliminary hearing is going to be May 19th at 1:30 p.m. Okay, so you'll still see a judge next week, sir, regarding whether you qualify for that STEPS diversion program. All right. Thank you at the jail for pointing that out. You're excused, Mr.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Here.
Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Caitlin Page Fortier.
Thank you, Ms. Fortier. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing today for a Maricopa County Superior Court warrant for criminal trespass in the first degree of a residential structure, which is a felony. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. So because this is an out-of-county warrant, ma'am, and the warrant amount looks to be $2,700, you've been seen in Pima County a couple times on this, but haven't been checking in with Maricopa County. So I'm going to honor the warrant amount out of the other county, which is $2,700, cash or secured. I'll set a review hearing in Pima County Justice Court on June 9th at 9 a.m., but Maricopa County will be alerted. They should pick you up before then. So they should pick you up in a couple weeks here.
Wait, so am I getting released or no?
No, you're being held on the $2,700 bond. That's the amount the Maricopa County warrant was.
No, because I went to court before that, and I called the judge and he said just to pay the bond, and I have the money in a bank account. I just need to get it because it's a conservator's account. I could do this, please. I don't want to be held for this.
Well, it looks like you've been in and out a couple times on this case since 2020.
I know, but I was simply just crossing the street when they pulled me over for no reason.
And
I was going to the store.
Last time you were released in 2022 when you got picked up in Pima County on this and you failed to contact Maricopa County. So that's why they issued the warrant.
I did contact them, and that's what the judge said. And I can get the money, please. I promise I'll pay the bond.
Well, you can pay the bond now. I'm going to impose a bond of $2,700. So you can pay that bond or wait till Maricopa County picks you up on it. Okay?
Why can't I just get released and pay the bond, please?
Well, it doesn't work like that. There's a bond and then you can pay it. You can't get released and pay a bond.
I don't have anyone. What am I supposed to do?
These guys are talking.
All right. Your excuse me.
That's not fair. Look what everyone else is getting released on, and they did more than I did. That's not fair.
Step up. Garcia.
Worse than me.
Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Steven Lorenzo Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges for possession of narcotic drugs, possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. Looks like you're on probation at this time, but there's no hold at this point. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'll be appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. We'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I've reviewed the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is release to pretrial and steps eligibility. And I've also reviewed the pretrial services report. Mr. Poston, is that correct?
That's fine.
Mr. Poston, state's recommendation correct, release to pretrial and steps screening?
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, I was muted.
That's all right, thank you. Mr. Palzer?
Judge, we agree with that.
All right, and waive time for the preliminary hearing as well?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Garcia, the state is saying you may be eligible to participate in a drug diversion program. Would you be interested?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services. Your next court date will be actually next Wednesday, May 14th at 9 a.m. That's at the Superior Courthouse on the 3rd floor. You'll find out whether you actually qualify for that STEPS program or not. And if you qualify and you participated, completed successfully, they dismiss the felony charges. All right, if you don't show up to that next Wednesday hearing, though, they're not going to consider you. So make sure you show up. It's very important next Wednesday. All right, conditions of release to pretrial, sir, include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed by pretrial. Contact your probation officer when you get released from jail. All right, after the steps hearing next Wednesday, next hearing will be the preliminary hearing on June 23rd at 1:30 p.m. All right, make sure you show up to court next week, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse for today.
Barista? This way, sir. This way.
I can't hear you. You need to speak a little loud. So I think I'm gonna get around. Oh, okay, good. Let your lawyer know. That has nothing to do with your case. Okay, but it's definitely when your definitely when your lawyers are signed, let them know that. Okay, because it could be very important. It's gonna do that.
Hello, sir, can I get your full name, please?
Alvarez Barista.
Thank you, Mr. Garissa. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for possession of narcotic drugs and also some failures to appear at a Tucson City Court for possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass, criminal damage, driving with license suspension. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. On your felony case, I'll appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. On your Tucson City Court matter, I'll appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you. And looks like, sir, you were already held without bond for failing to appear in Pima County Superior Court at this time on another matter. So I'm not seeing you on that, but regardless of what I do today, it looks like you're being held for another felony matter in Superior Court. All right. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is released to pretrial screen for steps. Mr. Poston?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Palzer?
Judge, if he's being held with no bond on another matter, I'd ask for a nominal bond on this case and that he be referred to the STEPS program.
Okay. All right, Mr. Garcia, the state is saying you may be eligible to participate in a diversion program for substance abuse. Would you be interested?
Very much so, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to impose a bond of $50 because you're already being held on something else on the other felony case. So impose a $50 bond on this case, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. I'll impose a steps hearing or schedule a steps hearing for you next Wednesday, May 14th at 9 a.m. So you'll find out at that point if you are eligible for that program. If you are eligible and you successfully complete that program, then the felony charges would be dismissed.
Okay, so one question, Your Honor, I'm sorry, because you have. So if somebody comes down here with $50 right now,
For the felony case, for this new felony case, you have this other thing in Superior Court. You'll be seen by another judge if you haven't done so already in Superior Court on that other thing.
I thought it was what is a nominal bond? I mean, I'm sorry.
It's very low.
Okay. So that's the only bond that's on any case, right? That's the $50 is for that actual hold, correct?
$50 is for the new charge of narcotic drugs. Okay. All right. So if you do post the bond, if the other holds go away, conditions of release would include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed. The preliminary hearing date will remain May 19th at 1:30 p.m. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then on your two Sun City court cases, sir, due to the failures to appear, there was already bond amounts listed on those warrants. Looks like these are from 2023. Okay. I'm going to impose a bond of $1,000 on the two Sun City court matters. It'll be cash or secured. Conditions of release, if you're released or post the bond for that one, is do not drive without a valid driver's license, no contact with the alleged victims of the trespassing or the damage, don't return to incident locations. You have the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you on those cases. Next court date will be May 16th at 1:45 p.m. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video.
I'm sorry, I'm not interrupting again. So what in total is it that I need to be released?
Sorry?
What is it in total that I need to be released? How much is the amount in total?
Right now is $1,050, and then you'll see a different judge in Superior Court on the other case.
So even if that $1,050 paid, it doesn't even matter, right?
Sorry?
Right now, see the other judge.
I'm saying that's basically simple, right? Okay,
Yes.
okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, you understand what's going on? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, now I spoke to counsel, he said that it doesn't even matter if that $1,000 is paid. I'm still being held, and it doesn't matter.
Right. Until you see another judge over there. Yep.
Is it a different county or what?
It'll be here.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, new stuff. Okay. There you go.
Morning, can I get your full name, please? Can I get your full name, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kite. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on new felony charges, post-indictment for Pima County Superior Court, CR 2025-1325, for theft of means of transportation and burglary in the third degree. You also have failures to appear at a Tucson City Court, misdemeanors for criminal trespass, multiple counts. Actually, they're all criminal trespasses. Looks like there's 7 charges, and looks like there's a new criminal trespass as well out of Tucson City Court. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you on your felony matter. Also appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you on your city court matters. And you have counsel seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. We'll talk about the felonies first. I reviewed the pretrial services report. The state's written recommendation is a $7,500 bond. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Palzer?
Judge, I would note this is a refiled matter. This was dismissed back in, it looks like November. When it was refiled, the pretrial update indicates that a summons was mailed to general delivery, which I guess was returned. There was a return to sender notice documented on May 7 of 2025. So I guess that's today. I don't see any indication that this gentleman had any idea this matter was refiled. So I would ask the court to release him to pretrial services on this case.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pauser. I am inclined to impose a bond on the Tucson City Court. Would you like a bond on this felony case?
Judge, can you give me an idea what kind of bond you want to impose on the city case?
250.
That would be a credit on both cases. So, yeah, I would ask for 250 on this case also, then concurrent with the city court case.
So I can't do concurrent because they're just different jurisdictions, unfortunately.
We definitely want to get time credit, Judge. So, a nominal bond, perhaps $100 on this case.
Okay. So I did see an agave as well. Thank you for the procedural history, Mr. Pauser, of the returned mail of the summons. So Mr. Kite was not aware of the warrant/court date on the felony matter, this new felony matter. Okay. So on this case, sir, I'm going to impose a bond of $100, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. Conditions of release if you post that bond include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring and treatment as directed by pretrial, no contact with the alleged victims. Do not try to go find them or anything like that. Next court date is actually next Wednesday, May 14th at 1:30 p.m. for criminal arraignment at the Superior Courthouse. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. On your Tucson City Court cases, sir, due to the number of failures to appear, I'm going to impose a bond of $250, cash or secured. No contact with the alleged victims of the trespasses. Don't return to the incident locations. Looks like most of them are in the 6,000, 5,000 area of East Grant. Also order consolidating the new case with CM 24047375. Next court date for Tucson City will be May 16th at 1:45 p.m. If you fail to appear for court, sir, whether that's next week or a future court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go in your absence. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence and not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. You understand the consequences of failing to show to court, sir?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kite. I'm going to enter not guilty, please, on your behalf for the new charge. All right, sir, your excuse for today.
Mr. Luna. Luna. Right there.
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Okay, Lucas Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Luna. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge of theft of means of transportation and burgling the second degree, which are felonies. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have counsel seated next to you for purpose of today. Looks like you're currently on pretrial services release on another felony matter. I reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state is requesting a no bond hearing. Mr. Poston, is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Palzer?
Judge, we'd ask that be said as soon as humanly possible and that we immediately be given all the closure on that.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Luna, when a person is pending a felony matter, they get arrested on a new felony matter, the Arizona Constitution allows for the state to request a no bond hearing. It doesn't happen automatically. They have to do an evidentiary hearing about it where they present an officer and provide testimony. So I will, at this time, hold the defendant without bond, schedule a no bond hearing in Superior Court on May 12th at 2:30 p.m. So that's next Monday, so you'll see a judge next Monday. And then the preliminary hearing after that will be May 19th at 1:30 p.m. All right, Mr. Luna, you're excused for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Good morning. My name is Mario Manco.
You have a middle name?
Luis.
Luis.
Mario Luis Manco.
Is that with a Z or a S?
LUIS.
Thank you. Mr. Menkel, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on new felony charges for a prohibited weapon, as well as possession of weapon by prohibited possessor and drug paraphernalia, which are felonies. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney and appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. If counsel seated next to you for purpose of today, I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $15,000 bond. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Pauser?
Judge, they're indicating that this gentleman's been a resident for 40 years in Tucson. He's clearly, I believe this is just charged as a possession type case, so it's a nonviolent offense. And given that, and given his age, I would ask the court to release him in pretrial services.
All right, I'm going to impose a bond of $500 in this case. Cash or secured. Released to pretrial services if posted. All right. Conditions of release to pretrial would include no drugs, no alcohol, absolutely no firearms, Mr. Mankel. Monitoring treatment is directed by pretrial. Your next court date, sir, will be a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 1:30 p.m. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that May 19th or a future court date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Mankel?
Yes, is there any way to get that 500 lowered right now? I got like 300 on my books that I could post. I have medical appointments to keep.
It's going to say that $500 at this time.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Marvel?
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
It's Christopher Michael Marvel.
Thank you, Mr. Marble. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on new felony charges for possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have some failures to appear out of Tucson City Court for possession of drug paraphernalia and criminal trespass. And looks like you're on release out of Superior Court as well. Oh, and the state is requesting a dismissal without prejudice.
That is correct.
All right. I will grant the state's request to dismiss the new felony matter without prejudice, so you have no future court dates or anything like that for your felony case, sir. All right, for your Tucson City Court cases. So if I release you today on your Tucson City Court matters, do you have somewhere you can go?
Yes.
Where would you go?
Yes, I can either go to my parents' house or I have my vehicle.
Okay, and is that local in Tucson?
Yes, it's Tucson.
All right, sir. I'm going to release you on your Tucson City Court cases on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with the alleged victim of the trespass. Do not return to the incident location. Your next court date, sir, will be June 9th at 2 p.m. at the Tucson City Court downtown. When you get released from jail today, you'll get a sheet of paper with the address, date, and all that. If you fail to appear for court, as you can see, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Marble?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Your excuse for today.
Mr. Martinez?
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
George J. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. This is a time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for aggravated shoplifting, which is a felony. You also have a number of failures to appear at a Tucson City Court for criminal trespass, multiple counts of drug paraphernalia, multiple counts of trespass, shoplifting, being in the parks after closed hours. There's also a Pima County Justice Court failure to appear for shoplifting as well. We'll talk about the felonies and then the misdemeanors. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you on your felony matter, and you have counsel seated next to you for purpose of today. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $5,000 bond. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Palzer?
Judge, I'd ask for release of pretrial services. Clearly, it's a nonviolent offense. The only felony offense that I show in his history occurred in 2004. So that's, 21 years ago, I guess. So that's a very old, offense. And so given his limited history, I think pretrial would be appropriate.
Mr. Palzer, I do plan on holding Mr. Martinez on the misdemeanor cases with bonds. Would you like a nominal bond in the felony case?
In that case, yes. We'd like him to get credit.
All right. On the felony case, Mr. Martinez, I'm going to pose a bond of $50, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. Conditions of release if you post that bond or if you're released include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed, no contact with the alleged victims, don't return to the business Circle K. Next court date will be a preliminary hearing on May 19th at 1:30 p.m. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest, whether it's that May 19th date or a future date. You understand all that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right. On your Pima County Justice Court case, I'll also impose a bond of $50, cash or secured. Conditions of that one, if you post the bond, would be no contact with the alleged victim incident location. Don't go back to wherever that occurred. I'll appoint you an attorney, Robin Ald. Next court date is actually tomorrow, May 8th at 1 p.m. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video. And then for your Tucson City Court cases, I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you. Pose a bond of $500. Everything's consolidated in the Tucson City Court, but it's $500, cash or secured. If you do post it, conditions are no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with the alleged victims, businesses, for the trespassing or the thefts. Next court date for Tucson City will be May 16th at 1:45 p.m. As you can see, sir, when you fail to appear for court, warrants can issue for your arrest. You understand all that?
I'm not getting out today.
No. You have bonds in all your cases, and you'll have attorneys on all your cases as well. All right, make sure you show up to court if you post any of those bonds or if you're released before your court dates. Your excuse for today, Mr. Martinez. Thank you.
Dina?
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Mr. Medina.
Mr. Dina, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges for possession of narcotic drugs for sale, possession of drug paraphernalia, which are felonies. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some lease conditions for you, sir. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $2,500 bond. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Palzer?
Judge, I'd ask for pretrial service relief in this matter. I see no felony criminal history. I see that he's a lifelong resident of Tucson, with a place to go and a place to stay. All that's been verified by pretrial. He's also employed full-time. So, I mean, he's 36 years old and has no history. I think that pretrial would be sufficient to ensure his appearance.
All right. Mr. Medina, I'm going to release you to pretrial services. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed by pretrial. Your next court date will be a preliminary hearing on May 27th at 1:30 p.m. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that date or future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And also that date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney. You understand all that, Mr. Medina?
Sir.
Okay. You're excused for today, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Evans.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please? Thank you, Mr. Vavages. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a felony shoplifting charge. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And you have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $5,000 bond. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Palzer?
Judge, I'd ask for pretrial release. This is a nonviolent offense. Pretrial does indicate that he has ties to the community. Was issued an ID card that looks like a little over a year ago with an address here in Tucson, Arizona. So given that, I would ask you to be released to pretrial supervision pending the case.
All right, thank you. I do think a bond is appropriate in this matter. I also see status warrant. I'm not sure what that is, but there is no hold at this time. I'm going to pose a bond of $500, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. Conditions of release would include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring and treatment as directed by pretrial, no contact with the alleged victim, don't return to the business wherever this occurred. Next court date, sir, is May 19th at 1:30 p.m. for preliminary hearing. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Vavages. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Could I be with HR services, release HR services?
No, it's a $500 bond.
Yeah, I was released yesterday, and I was on the road to take care of everything. I was trying to get myself into treatment and everything, everything else.
Okay. I don't know about what happened yesterday, but you got arrested on something new yesterday night or this morning. So the $500 bond at this time. Okay.
It wasn't a court date?
May 19th for preliminary hearing.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, what?
All right. I think that's everyone.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, can the interpreter hear me?
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, loud and clear.
All right, thanks. Sorry, I'm just having a little monitor issue. Give me a second.
Absolutely.
All right, this is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 7th, 2025.
Muy bien, este es el calendario de las 11 de la mañana de las comparecencias iniciales el 7 de mayo 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar will also apply to these hearings.
Las órdenes judiciales previstas el primer día del mes durante las audiencias de las 2 de la mañana para que se obtengan las huellas dactilares y muestras de ADN también corresponden a esas audiencias.
All right. Officer, can you grab our Spanish speaker and get him to come forward, please? It's Mr. Castillo.
Pablo Garcia.
Good morning. Sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Buenos días, señor. ¿Puede decir su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Pablo Manuel Escobar Castillo, 13 de enero de 2005.
Pablo Manuel Escobar Castillo, January 13, 2005. José Garcia, Court Interpreter.
Thank you. Sir, you've been arrested on the following allegations.
Gracias, señor. Usted ha sido detenido o arrestado debido a las siguientes aserciones.
11 counts of armed robbery as Class 2 felonies.
11 puntos acusatorios de robo a mano armada, delito mayor, categoría 2.
11 allegations of kidnapping as Class 2 felonies.
11 puntos acusatorios de secuestro de persona, un delito mayor, categoría 2.
And 11 allegations of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Those are Class 3 felonies.
11 puntos acusatorios de agresión con agravante, con arma mortífera, delito mayor, categoría 2.
The court finds probable cause for each of those.
La jueza determina que existe el motivo fundado por cada uno de ellos.
The police also alleged one of each count, a 12th count of each of those things.
Los agentes de la policía también hacen aserción de los puntos acusatorios de cada uno de esos 12.
But the court was only able to pick out a total of 11 alleged victims in the probable cause statement that was provided.
Pero la juez solamente pudo deducir a 11 víctimas de todos los motivos fundados que fueron provistos.
So for purposes of this hearing only, the court is not setting release conditions or finding probable cause for that 12th count of each of those 3 offenses.
Pero para propósitos de esta audiencia, la juez no determina que existan medidas cautelares ni tampoco el motivo fundado para esas 12 puntos acusatorios.
It does not mean that those are dismissed, and you can speak to your lawyer more about how that works.
Eso no significa que vayan a ser desestimados o desechados, y usted podrá hablar con su abogado de cómo funciona eso.
The court is appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case.
La juez nombra a un abogado para que lo represente en esta causa.
Your next court date will be a status conference, May 13th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su siguiente audiencia será una audiencia de actualización procesal, 13 de mayo, 8:30 de la mañana.
Your preliminary hearing will be May 15th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su audiencia preliminar se programa para el 15 de mayo, 8:30 de la mañana.
In this case, considering the number of crimes and the number of victims in the case, as well as the use of a weapon that's been alleged,
En esta causa, al tomar en consideración tanto la cantidad de delitos como la cantidad de víctimas, el uso de un arma mortífera como es la aserción,
bond is set at $150,000, and that is a secured bond.
la fianza se fija en la cantidad de $150,000 y será de caución garantizada.
You have other conditions that you are ordered to comply with.
Usted tiene otras condiciones adicionales que se le ordena que usted debe de acatar.
Those include that you are not to go to the scenes of the many alleged crimes.
Esto incluye el que a usted no se le permite el volver al lugar de los hechos de los varios delitos.
You are not to have any contact with any of the alleged victims.
No debe de tener contacto alguno con ninguna de las presuntas víctimas.
No contact with any co-defendant, whether you or he is in or out of jail.
No se le permite tener contacto alguno con ninguno de los coacusados, ya sea que usted o la otra persona esté dentro o fuera de la cárcel.
You may not possess any weapons nor any drugs without a valid prescription.
No se le permite tener ningún tipo de arma ni ningún tipo de drogas, al menos que tenga una receta válida.
And if you are out of custody, you must call your federal probation officer within 24 hours of release.
Y si usted es puesto en libertad, debe de comunicarse con su agente de régimen probatorio en la vía federal dentro de 24 horas de ser puesto en libertad.
You should be aware that your federal PO has been notified of your arrest.
Debe de estar al tanto usted de que su agente de régimen probatorio, en inglés PO, en la vía federal ya ha sido dado a conocer de que usted fue detenido.
And that it is very likely that the U.S. Marshals will be placing a federal hold on you here at the jail.
Y que es muy probable que los alguaciles federales van a colocar una orden de detención aquí, en la cárcel misma.
And that means that even if you did post the bail, you would go into federal custody rather than be released to the street.
Eso significa que incluso si usted logra depositar su fianza aquí, usted no sería puesto en libertad, sino que sería puesto en la custodia del gobierno federal.
So you may wish to consult with your lawyer before you decide whether to try to post the bail in this state case.
Entonces, usted tal vez desea consultar con su abogado antes de que usted tome la decisión de depositar fianza aquí, en su causa que tiene que ver con el Estado.
Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. If you step to the left, the officer has your copy. Thank you.
Todo lo que necesita saber estará en su papeleo y si pasa a su lado izquierdo, la gente tiene su copia. Gracias.
All right, if the interpreter can make a general call, I do think that's our only person, but let's find out.
Absolutely, Your Honor. ¿Existe alguien más presente esta mañana que necesite los servicios de interpretación al español? Si puede, por favor, levantar su mano.
No one needs an interpreter, Spanish?
Oh, well, no, okay. All right, looks like we're good. Have a great day. Thank you.
Likewise, Your Honor. You and your staff have a wonderful day.
You too. Thanks. Bye-bye. All right, Mr. Verna, Jason Verna, if you please come all the way to the podium. After that, Mario Elenes, if you go to the chair, you will be next. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Jason Verna, 11/14/93.
All right, thank you. 1 second, sir. I need to All righty, Mr. Verna, you're here on a new case. You were arrested for allegations of possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. It'll be the same lawyer that you have for your other open case, which is I'm not done talking. Your other open case is CR 2025-100873. Your next court date in this new case will be a status conference May 13th, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 15th at 8:30 in the same court. Because there is probable cause for new felonies, while you have any open and pending felony case, the law requires that you be held for a bail hearing. I cannot give you bail today. You will be held without bond until your bail hearing. Your bail hearing is 7 days from now, May 14th at 1:30 in the afternoon. You may or may not be found eligible for bail at that hearing. On your paperwork, it will say evidentiary hearing. That is your bail hearing, but I cannot give you bail today. So if there's something you wanted to say, it's unlikely to change the application of the law in your case, but you can.
No, I was just curious. I'm firing my lawyer in that case. He hasn't spoken to me in over 2 months. So.
Well, talk to the trial court about taking care of that, but everything else is on your paperwork if you step to your left. Mr. Elenis? Where's Mario Elenis and then Tanya Greer? We go to the chair. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Mario Lamberto Elenis, 12/31/1986.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. That is a Class 3 felony, dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, which is a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference, May 13th at 8:30 in the morning, with your preliminary hearing scheduled for May 15th at 8:30. The court address in downtown Phoenix will be on your paperwork. In this case, you have a bond of $50,000. It is secured. If you post it, you will go out on an ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. The purpose of the ankle monitor is to help keep you accountable for staying away from the alleged victim. You cannot go to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with the alleged victim, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, the officer is going to give you a copy. Ms. Greer, Tanya Greer, and then Aaron Kerr. We go to the chair, please. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Tanya Renee Greer, 5/13/83.
Thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for misconduct involving a simulated explosive. That's a Class 5 felony, and shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for both of those crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, May 13th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 15th at 8:30 in the same court. Sir, you just need to have a seat there inside the door. Don't lurk behind the deal. Thank you. All right, ma'am. Your bond in this case is $10,000. It is secured if you post it. Do not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any of the alleged victims or witnesses. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy. Thank you. All right, then, I think, did I skip Mr. Elenis? I don't have a picture of him. No. Okay, I just see an extra person sitting there, and I don't know why. All right, Mr. Kerr, then I think you're next. After that will be Adam Wall, please. I don't know who's sitting there, officer. I'm not sure if I skipped somebody. Kerr, you can come to the podium, please. I'm just letting the officer know somebody's sitting there, and I don't know why. Podium, please. What's your full name and date of birth, please?
It's Aaron Russell Kerr, 10/8/79.
All right, thank you. You're here on a probation warrant. You are on probation for 2 Class 3 felonies, and there was a petition to revoke your probation filed. It alleges that you violated terms 3, 6, 14, and 21. This warrant was issued April 29 of this year. I am appointing a lawyer for you in probation court. Your next court date there will be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing May 14th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That is 7 days from today. Your bond is $10,000. It is secure. If you bond out, you must comply with all of your written conditions, which include calling your PO within 24 hours of any release from jail. Everything else is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, the officer will give you a copy. Thank you.
Okay. You said I'm eligible for bail?
Correct. And you're not legally entitled, meaning if you post bail and you do not comply, the court can and will issue another warrant for you and hold you no bond. The fact that you have any bond at all in this case is a bit of a gift, and I am respecting the decision of the probation judge. I believe his bond was too low. I would have ordered you held no bond all day, every day. So I highly recommend you comply with your release conditions, and this is why, Mr. Kerr. You're on probation for 2 crimes. They only need to revoke you on 1 and send you to prison. Then you can come back out on probation. So it's my considered and experienced belief you face a very real possibility of getting revoked to prison on 1 of those, because they've got another one left to put you back on probation. So you should take this case with utmost seriousness. I looked at your probation notes. It is not impressive, but you've not been entirely in the wind, and a large amount of what they're alleging against you, not all of it, but a large amount, is rather old, and they have apparently been facilitating your idea that this is okay by not revoking you before. Now, I'm not here to debate how the probation department runs their services. I have great respect for them. But Mr. Kerr, when you ask me that question, it leads me to believe you think this is this. It's very much not. You should go out and be utterly compliant while you're on probation, because you are on probation all day, every day, even when they're trying to revoke you. I believe you face a very real possibility of getting revoked. But a probation judge just looked at that a week ago and gave you a bond. I don't think it's enough bond. I truly do not. I think you should be held no bond right now. So, make of that what you will, but the takeaway should be, if you post this bond, you go out and you start complying to the letter of your probation. Because the odds of you going to prison, or maybe it's back to prison, I didn't look it up, are very high. The step to your left, you can take your paperwork. Mr. Wall, Adam Wall. And then Alejandro Leyva, will you go to the chair? Right here, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yes, my name is Adam Curtis Wall, 07/20/1988.
All right, thank you. You're on a new case. You're arrested for a total of 17 allegations of organized retail theft of merchandise. These are Class 4 felonies. Also, dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for all of these, and it looks like the offense dates right now, that they're all from 2025 as far as I could see. There's a very long probable cause statement, but it looks like they're all from 2025. But you'll get specific charges in a charging document through your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference May 13th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing May 15th at 8:30. That's all in the downtown Superior Court. Considering the amount of time that you are facing, which is actually probably a lot more than you think, based on your priors, but mostly based on the multiple offense sentencing nature. They've got you multiple offenses, multiple dates. They have 17 chances to convict you of this. So the odds of you serving a prison sentence are probably a lot higher than you think. So bond is set at $10,000 in your case. If you post it, you have written release conditions. Those include that you may not go to any Lowe's or Home Depot store anywhere ever. I'll tell you, I think this is excessive. The state's recommendation is $75,000 to cash. I think that's excessive and more than necessary. That being said, Mr. Wall, that I believe is driven by the fact that current county attorney policy means it's highly unlikely they're going to make you any kind of probation offer. They're going to make you a prison offer. And so, Mr. Wall, if you post this bond, you must comply with all of your release conditions. You have to know that you are already in a very bad spot. If you post it and you get out, you need to comply. You need to show up to all of your hearings. And you need to not commit any new crimes. If you step to your left, you get a copy of that paperwork. Mr. Leyva, and then Joseph Mendez. We go to the chair. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Alejandro Leyva, 12/2/1989.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leyva. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for theft as a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for that, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference, May 13th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 15th at 8:30 in the same court. Your bond is $10,000 secured, and that is because you have at least 4 prior felonies, 2 terms in the Department of Corrections, and the state appears to have a very large amount of evidence against you, such that if you lost at trial, and you're a long way from going to trial, but if you lost at trial, you realistically face a 10-year presumptive sentence in prison for this offense. That is what is driving the bond, as well as the court's desire to ensure that there is no potential for victim or witness intimidation or retaliation. So, you may not go to the scene of the alleged crime. You may not have any contact with any alleged victim, whether you're in or out of jail. No contact with the witness in the case. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. Everything is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy.
$10,000?
$10,000.
Okay.
Mr. Mendez, Joseph Mendez. And then Guillermo Acevedo Garcia, will you go to the chair? Guillermo, thank you. Look, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Joseph Martin Mendez, 3284.
Thank you. You are here on 2 probation warrants. You're on probation for 2 Class 4 felonies, and there were petitions to revoke your probation filed on July 31st of 2024. Those petitions allege that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5. You'll get copies of them from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is going to be May 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That's for both cases in the downtown probation court. It is a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Your bond in each of the 2 cases is $2,500 secured. Oh, I apologize, officer. I need to reprint one of those. There's one of them that doesn't have any release conditions. It's got the bond, but I didn't check any boxes. So can you find that one? I got to reprint it.
Which one is that, Your Honor?
Since this is Mendez, one of them has a bunch of release conditions. The other one, I just forgot to check any boxes. So I need to reprint the one that has no boxes checked. All right, so Mr. Mendez, I just went too fast on one of yours, so we need to reprint it. But your total bond's $5,000. Your court date is May 14th. If you'll step to your left, we're going to send that out when it's ready.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Acevedo Garcia, and then Alan Meadows. We go to the chair. Yeah, one of the second one, I think it is. I didn't check any boxes. Number 6. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
My name is Guillermo Acevedo Garcia, 82094.
Thank you, Mr. Acevedo Garcia. You're here on 5 things. One is a new case. 4 are probation holds. You're on probation in 4 different felony cases, and the probation department has notified the court they will be filing a petition to revoke in all 4 of those cases, alleging that you violated term 1, which is committing a new crime. So I'm going to start with the newly alleged crimes, and that's number 4 on the calendar. You are accused of possessing narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you.
So I was talking about probable cause, though, and I willingly showed him what was going on.
Sir, I really can't understand you. I can't make out what you're saying.
I'm speaking English in your language.
I know, but you're speaking very fast, and you're mumbling. You're mumbling, and you're.
So are you? I don't understand what's going on.
Okay. I found probable cause for the new offense. I'm going to give you court dates. That's going to be May 13th for a status conference, May 15th for a preliminary hearing. Those are both at 8:30 in the morning, and this will be on your paperwork. Your probation court date is May 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That's for all 4 of your probation cases. 3 of your probation cases are not Proposition 200 cases. Your bond in each, not yet. Your bond in each of them is $1,000 secured. In the new case and the 1 probation case that is a Proposition 200 case, you have a $50 secured appearance bond. So your total bond for all 5 cases is $3,100 secured.
So what's the bond?
Written conditions. Excuse me?
What's the bond?
What is it?
What's the bond?
It is $3,100. Are you asking?
What is that for? Just so we get out of jail?
Correct. You have to post it to get out of jail. If you do, comply with all of your written release conditions. If you don't post it, the sheriffs will take you over for court next week for all 5 of your cases.
Can some more money be given? Could a partial payment be given on that bond?
You can potentially go through a bail bondsman to bond out for less than the full amount, but you'll have to call a bail bond company from back in the tank. Call them and ask them what they want.
I'm being wrongfully tried because on the new cases, it's not. It was a possession of it. I explained to them that it was stuff that I found on the side of the road, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, it's fine."
All right, well,
and I handed it to them.
The court does not agree that that is what the allegations are. And so you talk to your lawyer about defending your case. This is the start of your case. You're not being tried yet. This is the beginning of your case. What is your question?
I believe they pulled me over for obstructing traffic on the side of the road. I explained to them that there was a snake on the side of the road that was coming behind me, and I had to run to the side of the road so they wouldn't climb onto me. And that's what they stopped me for. And then the other, you're talking about is that's not. You're punishing me and giving me a court date till later on days, and that's wrong. Like,
all right, let's talk to your lawyer. So the court doesn't believe that your rights are being violated at all. So please go ahead and step to your left.
You're not allowing me to speak.
Sorry?
You're not allowing me to speak. I'm explaining to you what happened.
Yeah, but sir, I've told you that what you're saying does not change the court's decision. Please speak to your lawyer about it. This is all the time the court has for you. You can step out to your left.
So I'm being wrongfully tried?
No. Good luck, sir.
How do I fix the situation?
Next week in court with your lawyer. Mr. Meadows, as soon as he goes out, you can come in. After Mr. Meadows will be Ms. Guzman. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Alan Michael Meadows, April 11th, 1989.
All right, thank you. You're here on 2 probation warrants. You're on probation for 2 felonies in different cases, and on April 21st of this year, there were petitions to revoke your probation filed in both cases. They allege that you violated terms 3, 7, and 15. You'll get copies of those petitions from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. No, I apologize. You're on probation in one case. The other case is new. So your probation case, you're going to go to court May 14th, which is 1 week from today at 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. So that's the probation case. Now, in the new case, you also picked up a new case. It is criminal damage in an amount over $2,000. There is probable cause for it, and that is a Class 5 felony. I am appointing a lawyer for you in the new case also. Your next court dates, there's 2. A status conference May 13 at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing May 15 at 8:30. The address is on your paperwork. It's all downtown. You have a $1,000 secured appearance bond in each case for $2,000 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your release conditions, especially call your PO within 72 hours. Do not go to the scene of the alleged new crime. No contact with any of the victims or witnesses there. And that was at the business at 12th and Broadway. Sorry, everything you need to know is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, the officer's going to give you a copy. All right, Ms. Guzman, and then Carlos Leal. You go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yes, Rochelle Lisa Guzman, 615 of 89.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a probation violation warrant. You are on probation for a Class 6 felony, and there was a petition to revoke your probation filed on February 26th of this year. It alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5. You get a copy of it from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court date in probation court is a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing 1 week from today, which is May 14th at 8:30 in the morning. I'm affirming the bond in your case. It is $500 secured. If you post it, comply with your conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours.
Can I ask you a question? If I was to, when I go to court next time, can I just revoke it? How long would I go to prison for?
That's called rejecting. So talk to your lawyer about that. Many people do choose to do that, especially in a Class 6. Your lawyer can try to make a deal with the state for a specific number. Lots of things can happen. So raise that with your lawyer. It's called rejecting probation.
Okay.
If you want to just go kill your number.
Yeah. How much time would I look at?
Your lawyer, I think the presumptive maximum, not maximum, I'm sorry. The presumptive is 1 year on a Class 6, but there's mitigated term, there's aggravated term.
No, so I'll do a year? That ain't nothing.
Talk to your lawyer. Your lawyer will give you good advice on that next week. All right, good luck, man. All right, Mr. Leal. And then James Goodnight Keith, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
22370.
Are you Carlos Charlie Leal?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. You're here on a probation warrant. You're on probation for a Class 4 felony, and there was a petition to revoke your probation filed on April 23rd. It alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing 1 week from today, which is May 14th at 8:30 in the morning. in the downtown probation court. The address is on your paperwork. I am affirming the bond that the probation judge gave you, which is $500 secured with written conditions. If you bond out, comply with all of them and call your PO within 72 hours. You step to your left, he has your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Goodnight Keith. And then Dimitai Dixon, will you please go to the chair? Mr. Dixon to the chair, Mr. Goodnight Keith right here to the podium. Hello, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yeah, James Travis Goodnight Keith, November 2nd, 1994.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference, May 13th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing May 15th at 8:30. Those are next week. Your bond is $500 secured. If you bond out, you must comply with all of your written conditions, including do not go to the scene of the alleged crime, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription.
Okay, real quick, so secure, that means I can do the 10%?
Through a bail bondsman.
Right.
Through a bail bondsman, correct. The court is not doing 10%.
I know, I
Yeah.
through the bondsman, that's
Yeah, but
possible.
you can call them from back in the tank.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon, and then Jessica Popick, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Dimitri Dixon, 9391.
We may have misspelled your name. How do you spell your first name?
It's Dimitri.
Okay, they put an A in there for some reason, I don't know why. Sloppy typing by the booking officer. All right, I'm gonna correct that here. Be sure you correct it downtown. Our computers don't speak to downtown anymore. We're on an older system, so you'll probably have to correct it again, but somebody stuck an A in place of the R for no reason. All righty, it's 9-3 of 91.
Yes.
All right, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for, a new case and a probation warrant. So I'm gonna start with your new case. And the allegations are possession of dangerous and narcotic drugs for Class 4 felonies, also possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date for the new case will be May 13th at 8:30 for a status conference. Your preliminary hearing will be May 15th at 8:30. Those will be in the downtown Superior Court, and the address is on your paperwork. All right, you're also here on a probation warrant. Back on March 12th, there was a petition to revoke your probation filed, and it alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5. Oh, and I see that the A problem, the misspelling, it's actually in your probation case. Like, it's been baked in for a while, so you should ask your lawyer about getting that corrected in the court records. But they allege terms 3 and 5 are the violations, and March 12th was when it was issued. So you're going to go to probation court. I am also appointing a lawyer for you in the probation case. Your court date in probation court is 1 week from today, May 14th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. In the probation case, your bond is $500 secured. In the new case, it is $50 secured to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. So your total bond is $550. You bond out, comply with all of your conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours of hitting the street. Everything's on your paperwork if you step to your left. Thank you. Ms. Popick? And then Juan Carbajal, we go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
I'm sorry?
What's your name, ma'am?
Jessica Ann Popick.
What is your date of birth?
1/30/81.
All right, thank you. You're here on a probation warrant in 4 separate cases. In each of these cases, there was a petition to revoke filed, and that was March 31st. It alleges that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5. You'll get a copy of those petitions from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in all 4 cases. You'll have the same court date for all 4 cases. It is May 14th, 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing in the downtown probation court. That address will be in your paperwork. All right, in your Class 2 and Class 4 felony cases, your bond is $500 secured. In the other 2, it is $250 secured. So that is $1,000 total for all 4 cases. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours. If you step to your left, they've got your paperwork.
May I say something? This paperwork in the system, I have it. My probation was dismissed.
Sorry, no. I think you're very, very confused on that topic. But if you think you can prove that, your lawyer will help you. But I see absolutely 0 evidence of that.
Okay,
So,
I
good
can
luck,
prove
ma'am.
it. I can prove it. Thank you.
Mr. Carbajal? And then Mr. Marufo, we go to the chair. Hi, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
3/20/1993.
Are you Juan Jose Carbajal?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. You're here on one new case and a probation warrant. I'm going to start with your new case. You got booked in for possessing narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm giving you 2 court dates in the new case, both next week. The first is the status conference, May 13th at 8:30 in the morning. Your preliminary hearing will be May 15th at 8:30 in the morning. In the probation matter, you were already in warrant status because on April 25th, there was a petition to revoke your probation filed that alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get a copy of that from your lawyer. You'll have the same lawyer for both cases, I'm sure. Your court date in probation court is next week, May 14th at 8:30 in the morning for revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. In the probation case, your bond is $500 secured. In the new case, it is $50 secured to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. That is $550 total. If you bond out, comply with your conditions, and call your PO within 72 hours, he's got your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Marufo, if you come in, please, and then Alexis Nunez, will go to the chair. Good morning, sir. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Tony Marufo, 9/24/85.
Thank you. You're here on a warrant in a pending case. You've been charged with possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. This warrant issued January 23rd of this year after you failed to appear at a status conference. That status conference will now be held next week, May 13th at 8:30 in the morning, and we are rescheduling your preliminary hearing for May 15th at 8:30 in the morning. Those will be in the downtown Superior Court. And I'm affirming the bond that the judge gave you when she issued the warrant. It is $500 secured plus release conditions. If you bond out, comply with all of those. You go ahead and step out to your left. Thank you. Ms. Nunez. And then Ronnie Bartlett. We go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Alexis Nunez, 1/10/97.
Thank you. You are here on a probation warrant. You are on probation for a Class 6 felony. Back on April 24th, there was a petition to revoke your probation filed. It alleges that you violated terms 1, 2, 3, 4, and 15. All right. You'll get a copy of that from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is going to be a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing 1 week from today, which is May 14th at 8:30 in the morning. In the downtown Superior Court. Your bond is $250. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, call your PO within 72 hours of release. You've got your paperwork. Mr. Bartlett, and then Cruz Loya Mendoza. Wait, please go to the chair after Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, will you come in, please?
Bartlett?
I need Ronnie Bartlett. He's like a young kid with like a strawberry blonde long hair and a black sweater or t-shirt or something, sweatshirt.
Hey. Hi, Bartlett. Bartlett?
I'm sorry, it might be a female. My bad. Let's try the female. Oh, there we go, right here. All right, may I please have your full name and date of birth?
Ronnie C. Bartlett, 2190.
Okay, thank you. You're here on 2 things. One is a bench warrant. Actually, I think they both are for failing to appear, but one was in a pending case, one is in a probation case. So in the pending case, which is number 15 on the calendar, you've been charged with possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and I think it was different hearings. This one issued March 25th of 2025 for failure to appear at a status conference. So this is a pending case. You already have a lawyer in both cases. We're going to send you for a status conference in this pending case May 13th at 8:30 in the morning with a preliminary hearing May 15th at 8:30 in the morning. The address in downtown Phoenix will be on your paperwork. Now in the other case, you are on probation for drug paraphernalia possession. I'm not sure if that's as a felony or a misdemeanor. It might be as a misdemeanor, but you missed a court hearing March because this is not the kind of misdemeanor where you get a lawyer appointed unless the state notifies you that they are seeking jail time. If they do, the Justice Court will give you a lawyer then. All right, your arraignment hearing is going to be May 27th, which is 3 weeks from now at 9 in the morning in the Santan Justice Court. And although what they allege is not great, I am going to release you on your own recognizance. Yes, I am. I don't love that they allege that you ran. I don't love that they allege some deeply stupid behavior. But it's the court's hope that someone who is your age, who still thinks they can outrun the cops, may have learned a lesson and is more likely to come to court than not. So I think you turned 18 all of 3 months ago, 2.5 months ago. Don't miss that court date. You're going to get a bond. This is going to happen again. This is the kind of case where you may not do another night in jail if you just show up. Right. Do not go to the scenes of any of those houses where you're accused of gone. No drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol, and I made it very clear, you don't appear to currently have the right to drive. So I've ordered you, do not drive at any time without first obtaining written permission from the Santan Justice Court. That's where your case is going. So I don't really care if you get your driver's license, because if you did what they say you did, I'm not okay with you driving right now. So don't. You have to get the permission from this justice court. So even if you get your license back tomorrow, you don't drive until that court tells you that you can. All right, so Mr. Loya, you are released. Do not miss your court dates. Okay? Step to your left, get back here. Ms. Sanders? And then Myrna Castro, please go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Stephanie Marie Sanders, July 7th, 1977.
All right, thanks. You heard a new case. You got arrested for theft by control of a stolen credit card. It's a class 5 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is the status conference, May 22nd, which is 2 weeks from now, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 27th at 8:30. I'm going to release you to pretrial services, and that is because you only have one prior felony. It is about 13 years old right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I don't think there's PC. They say that they've got either or both photos or videos. The police say they have a good weight of the evidence, but it's a property offense. You don't have any dangerous flags in your, it says you have 3 prior violent misdemeanors. I hope they're oils and fluids. That being said, on this type of charge, it would be really stupid not to show up. Oh, it looks like you got DV back in the double O's, so I'm not worried about that. So you just need to go to court. What happens from there, not my business. But on a case like this, I could realistically see you getting a probation probation offer. That's up to the state, though. Right. So just mostly show up, or this happens again. Don't have any contact with the alleged victim in this case. Don't go back to the scene of the crimes, which would include wherever you allegedly used that card. Right. So everything's on your paperwork. Don't miss your court dates. He's got that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Castro? And then Daniel Aparicio, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Yes, ma'am. Myrna Castro, November 7th, 1970.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got booked in for possessing dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those. There's not probable cause for this hearing only on the narcotics. It doesn't mean that charge is dismissed. It just means the police didn't provide enough information today to support the allegation that it was a narcotic drug. You're still being accused of it, but I'm not setting release conditions for it. So talk to your lawyer about that. Talk to your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you.
Yes, ma'am.
You have 2 court dates in this case. They are both going to be 2 weeks from now. First is a status conference, May 22nd at 8:30. Then your preliminary hearing is May 27th at 8:30. It's all on your paperwork. Now, in this case, you do qualify for release to pretrial services, and I am ordering that. But you have a MESA hold. So talk to the DOs, because what I think is going to happen practically, I've released you in this felony case, but MESA has notified MCSO that they want to come and get you. So MESA is going to be given 24 hours to come and pick you up, take you to the MESA jail, and put you in front of a MESA judge. I have no jurisdiction over MESA city cases. So I just like to warn people, I released you, but don't get too excited because I think you have a city court hold. So talk to the DOs, but I would assume on a city court case, you're going to be out by the time my court dates roll around. They're 2 weeks from now. If you're not, when you get out, you need to immediately start calling the public defender's office. We're giving you a sheet for it to say, can you get me on the calendar because there's a warrant out for me. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Everything you need to know about this case is on your paperwork, so you released in this case. Talk to the DOs after court about Mesa, okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Good luck, ma'am. Mr. Aparicio? And then Robert Johnson, will you please go to the chair? And Mr. Aparicio, please. Where's Daniel? Or Mr. Johnson, you can, whoever's ready next. Mr. Aparicio? Yeah, go ahead, sir. And then Mr. Johnson will be next. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Daniel Aparicio, 7/11/89.
All right, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got booked in for alleged dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in this case. You'll meet your lawyer at your next court date, which is going to be May 22nd, which is 2 weeks from now, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be the following Tuesday, May 27th at 8:30 in the morning. You also qualify for release to pretrial services. I am ordering that. You have a little bit of criminal history. It looks like it's marijuana, and if it was simple possession, you can talk to your lawyer at your next court date about how to get that expunged, but you actually have to do it. You know, the law changed. It didn't automatically wipe out all the marijuana convictions. You actually have to come and ask, but there's self-service paperwork. Your lawyer's not going to do it for you, but they can point you exactly where to go to get that marijuana conviction expunged. If it had to do with sales, then the law may not apply, but if it's just simple possession, so I don't count it anymore as a felony prior. I'm just warning you, it's sitting there. You should probably have that expunged. So I'm just treating this as a first felony. Go to court, talk to your lawyer. You're very likely looking at a favorable offer that you will want to consider. But if you don't show up, we're holding you either way. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I don't, at that point, what matters is that you didn't go.
Yeah.
So just go, okay? If you step to your left, you get your paperwork.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson? And then Jaden Mitchell, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please? What's your name, sir?
I'm Robert Johnson.
What's your date of birth?
11/25/1978.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Johnson, you got looked in for third-degree burglary. It's a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is going to be a status conference May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing May 27th at 8:30.
You coming break?
What?
You coming break?
I'm sorry, I can't make out what you're saying.
I said you ain't coming break. I mean.
I actually am. You just haven't given me a chance to. You're being very confrontational before I actually got to the break.
Okay.
So unless you want to talk me out of giving you a break, I think you should back off a little bit.
Okay. Sorry about that.
So, Mr. Johnson, I do find probable cause, meaning I do believe there's probable cause, which is not a high standard, to believe that this happened. That being said, it is a property crime. I've looked at your criminal history. 2 of those are marijuana convictions that you could go have expunged as well, assuming they weren't sales. You can get those wiped out. I do worry. One of them was robbery, but that was also about 7 years ago. So I am willing on a property case like this to give you a chance at pretrial services, but you have to call into pretrial. When they tell you, we're going to give you an envelope. If you lose it, you don't know where to call, but you have to call when you get out. They will tell you, because you're not going to meet with them before you leave. We used to have you meet with them before you leave. They don't do that anymore. We just give you the envelope. I don't know how that's going, but I need you to, I'm ordering you, do not go back to this location. Don't have any contact with any of the people there. That's the victim or the witness. Do not possess any weapons, and I want you to call your case manager within 24 hours of release. Will you do that? Do you know your case manager?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That is very important.
Her name is Jay.
Jay will help you keep on track with your court dates, help you get to court so that you don't take a bad situation and make it much worse by missing a court date. Okay?
Okay.
All right. That is your break for today. Will you comply and come to court?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck, sir. Take the paperwork. Mr. Mitchell? And then Christopher Lyons, will you go to the chair?
How are you doing today?
I'm all right, sir. How are you?
Been better.
That depends on, right? Okay. Give me your full name and date of birth.
Jane Luke Mitchell,
February 11, 2006.
Thank you. Here on a new case, you got booked in for criminal damage in an amount over $2,000. That is a Class 5 felony, and disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be May 27th at 8:30. Those are all about 2 weeks from now. Now, in your case, I have considered carefully your history. Your juvenile adjudication history is what I would like to call very bad.
Yes,
it is
ma'am.
not good. It is very bad. It is also violent.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, this is not a violent allegation. Mostly it's violence against property. So what I am willing to try is an ankle monitor for you. But kids who come out of the juvenile system, because I've also worked in the juvenile system, they think ankle monitoring is a bit of a wrist slap/joke. This is adult court, and taking a felony conviction in adult court, even if you never go to prison on it, is truly life-changing. Then you get to fight uphill against being a convicted felon for a very long time. So, Mr. Mitchell, I am worried about you going back there. I'm worried about you retaliating. So the purpose of the ankle monitor is to keep you away from them. You're allowed to work. You're allowed to go to school, whatever legitimate things you're doing. You may not possess any weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. I think, are you 19, 18? If you get service and order protection, you comply with that as well. If you still have any belongings at this location, you have to do a civil standby with a cop standing next to you. You cannot go there on your own. That's going to be Gilbert PD. You call the non-emergency number, you ask for a civil standby, they send an officer to go with you who keeps the peace while you get your stuff. So, will you comply with that and come to court?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then I'm going to release you. You have to wait, hold on, you have to wait for the install of the monitor, which can slow down your release. But you are being released without the requirement of a bond. But I'll tell you, that juvenile felony history, we do consider that. It is public. It is something we think about. It's going to be less important the older that you get, but when you were just a juvenile a year ago, I consider it very important and very relevant to the question of whether you are the kind of person who is likely to respect court orders. Honestly, if it had been anything other than basically a property crime and an alleged violent, property violent tantrum, I would just put a bond on you, Mr. Mitchell, based on the ugly juvenile history that you have. What did you want to say?
So I do want to apologize about that juvenile history, and I am trying to show that I'm doing better. I got a job. I'm starting my own family now. Me and my girl are having a kid, and we have a puppy now.
Okay. So, Mr. Mitchell, I do understand and acknowledge juvenile history is juvenile history,
Yes.
meaning young people can and do go a different direction. That is the whole point of juvenile. You never got adult filed. That's a point in your favor. So that tends to suggest you can turn the page on that and move forward in your own adulthood without that. I weigh that as well. From what I could gather, it did appear that you have a job. So I would like for you to continue to do well.
Thank you so much. That
and get away from what was likely a problem situation for you when you were a juvenile. I do recognize all of that. I just don't want you to mess with violating release conditions in an adult case.
I will not take your kindness for weakness.
We are not juvenile court. And so we're not here to put your interests first. Let's put it that way. So just comply. You are presumed innocent. I gave you a lawyer. You can fight this case. I just don't want you violating release conditions while it's going on, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Well, good luck, sir, with your family.
Thank you.
And just respect this. Don't miss court. All right. Mr. Lyon? And Jesse Levijoki? I'm sure I mangled it. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Yes, Your Honor. My full name is Christopher Aaron Lyons. Date of birth is 4/21/92.
Thank you. You're here on a new case going out of Surprise City Court. You got arrested for disorderly conduct. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because you don't financially qualify. You have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense or to just represent yourself. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment hearing June 3rd. Okay, some courts going on vacation. June 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. We just give out the dates that they give us. So Surprise gave us June 3rd, which I interpret to mean they're closed for a little while in the middle. So I am going to release you. Reading this, what I'm prepared to order, let's see if I did it on this one. Yeah, okay. So I don't believe you have any criminal history. Let me reconstruct my thinking. You have an OWI from Iowa in 2013 and a Gilbert DUI arrest in 2023. The only relevance of that to me, I'm releasing you, is they accuse you of being highly intoxicated. And I've been doing this a really long time, Mr. Lyons. That adds up to alcohol problem in my mind. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, I would stake hard money. You have an alcohol problem. That being said, I'm releasing you. I just want to explain why I'm ordering you not to drink. Drinking and DV are like best friends. Drinking leads to things being smashed, people being hit, and people being hurt. You don't drink while the case is pending. You don't possess any weapons. Weapons and DV, also a time bomb. You may actually, I'm not expressly prohibiting contact with the alleged victim, and that is, I reserve that for cases where what is alleged is not, even if true, does not inherently lead me to believe you are physically dangerous to this person. And I think it's possible that the alleged victim may wish to have contact with you. So I'm going to split the baby and put it in, can't remember if it's a her or him, or her. I'm going to put it in her hands, and it's called no uninvited contact. So you may call her for a ride. If she hangs up on you, you just got uninvited. And even if she says, okay, yes, you can come home, whatever, she can revoke that consent. And I'm especially emphasizing this because it's a long time before your court date. So if things go bad 2 weeks from now, she can say, get out. And if you don't, this is in my orders, you can only live with her as long as she consents to it. If she tells you to get out and you don't, the cops will come, they will read my order, and then they'll arrest you for violating it. If you've done it in a way that could be harassment, I didn't remember to put it on your paperwork. There's a statute that says if you commit one act of harassment, which is not hard to do, in violation of a no victim contact order, that can be booked as a felony. And so I tell that to people because people should generally want to avoid even being charged with a felony, because then you end up having to disclose it, etc. It's even if you're never convicted, even being arrested for it is something you will fight in the digital universe for the rest of your life. So I hope that's enough to get you to not want that to happen, such that if she says, get out, you go, and you go. So, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Obey any order of protection she might serve on you. I am a little bit worried about your neighbors. Do not have any contact with any of the complainants. I don't know who they are. Hopefully you don't know who they are. But I will tell you, the court takes neighbor problems very seriously. People who beef with their neighbors, time bomb. The best thing that will happen is you'll get ordered to move. But the worst thing that will happen is you'll come up with new charges. So do not beef with your neighbors. Everything else is on your paperwork, okay? So you are released. If you step to your left, you get a copy of it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Levajoki, and then Jonathan Sanchez. We go to the chair. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Oh, sure. Jesse John Levioki, and July 29th, 1977.
You're here on a new case. You got arrested for assault as a Class 3 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it. Frankly, there's probable cause for a Class 1, which is a higher assault. It's ultimately going to be up to the, I don't remember if your city or county, your county. So it's going to be up to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office what you get charged with. I'm just noting there's fully probable cause for Class 1 misdemeanor assault. They just happen to book you in on the lower Class 3. There's also probable cause for that. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you. If you want to learn more about that, you can educate yourself, represent yourself, or you can hire a lawyer at your own expense, but you don't financially qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. Your arraignment hearing is going to be May 21 at 9 in the morning in the Hasayampa Justice Court. I believe that's up in Wickenburg.
Okay.
It's near there. They might have brought it down to a consolidated location. Hold on, it's on your paperwork. But that is, yeah, they took it down to Surprise. There's a big old court building in Surprise. So it used to be Wickenburg, but now it's in Surprise. Okay. It's on your paperwork. I'm going to release you, but you're probably not going to like my orders, and I'm not budging off them, even if I have to give you a bond, because I've been doing this a long time. You cannot live there while the case is pending. I categorically order you to move. I'm willing to release you. If you don't like it, I'm going to put a bond on you and order the same thing, because I'm not okay on these facts with you living where the alleged victim lives. Even if you are the primary renter, even if he is not on the lease, the court does not regard that in a criminal case. So you will have to find an alternative residence, You have to bring proof to your next court date. Do not have any contact with that alleged victim who is either, he's a child of a roommate or something like that. No contact with him. I don't think he's like an actual, right, not stepson, it was.
Well, he's my roommate, he's like my age, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's my age, but, yeah, he just moved in a few,
Yeah,
last
so
August.
that's unfortunate. You're the one as to whom there is probable cause for assault. I also strongly suspect you have a drinking problem. That being said, I am still releasing you, but I prohibit you from drinking.
Okay.
And it looks like I'm not seeing criminal history. We found a lot of MVD. I found a driving on suspended from 2016. So I'm factoring that in because your type of case scenario is one that I would very regularly give a $500 bond to. But I'm not seeing prior release conditions. I'm not going to assume that you're incapable of complying with my orders.
Cool.
No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. You do not have contact with that kid. If he initiates it, you do not respond. You can bring a cop with you to keep the peace and get your belongings, or you could have someone else bring your belongings, but it looks like your county sheriff is your jurisdiction. So you have to call MCSO, ask them for a civil standby. They'll send a deputy to go with you and keep the peace while you get your stuff. Will you comply with those things and come to court on May 21st?
Yes.
Then I am releasing you. Just know the police can read these. I remembered to put the ag harassment statute in your paperwork because I was a little more worried about you. Look it up. One act of harassment committed in violation of a criminal release order is chargeable as a felony. If you get booked in on that, everybody down here is going to give you a bond because we worry a lot about victim contact, victim intimidation, victim retaliation. So just don't do anything that could get you accused of that.
Okay.
You are released. If you step to your left, you get your paperwork.
Perfect.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez? And then after that, Mr. Sanders. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Jonathan Sanchez, August 17, 1998.
All right, thanks. You're here on a warrant in a pending case. You have been charged with resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony. This warrant issued April 25 of 2025 after a motion to reinstate or restart the prosecution against you was filed, and I believe that was granted at the hearing that you missed, but you can talk to your lawyer about that. You already have a lawyer. You still have a lawyer.
Yeah.
You're going to have a status conference in front of the trial court May 14th. At 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. And on your very specific fact scenario, that's one of the few that I will give you a do-over. I'm going to release you to pretrial services. I'm not going to hold you on a bond. I saw the motion to quash was pending. Your lawyer filed a motion to quash. You did not come in on any new charges. You didn't, they didn't report that you tried to avoid arrest, that you surrendered peacefully for arrest, etc. So it is my belief you may well be offered diversion again. That's up to the county attorney. Sometimes they will offer it a second time. If that's what you want, talk to your lawyer. Your lawyer can try to work on that for you. But given that the motion, I set your hearing for the exact date and time that your motion to quash hearing was already set for. So I didn't give you a new. It was the 14th. So I don't know if you even knew that. But the judge set it on the 14th, so I cheated yours out by one date. So I'm giving the identical court date. I'm not giving you a new court date.
Okay. So it was originally the 13th, and you moved it one day.
No, when I look at her docket.
Okay, I just
You thought it was the 13th?
So originally I missed my first court date because of my dyslexia, and this is the same thing that's going on. I just read the wrong number, so it's the 14th.
When I look, I'm looking right at her docket. It says she set you for the motion to quash hearing on May 14th.
Okay.
So that's why I moved. I was going to give you one on the 13th, but I moved mine to the 14th, so you only have one to remember. It is exactly 1 week from today, Wednesday, 8:30 in the morning. Don't miss it. Don't be late. Some of the judges will issue a warrant, and they won't pull it back when you show up 3 hours late.
Yes, ma'am.
So they'll just tell the deputy to take you into custody.
Mm-hmm.
So just go talk to your lawyer. If you want to try to get back into the diversion program, tell your lawyer that, and your lawyer will work on it, okay? You step to your left, you get your paperwork, you'll be released in a few hours. Don't miss your court dates.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir. Mr. Sanders? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Justin James Sanders, 10390.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got booked in on one allegation of possession of dangerous drugs. It's a Class 4 felony. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates will be May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2 weeks from now for a status conference. Preliminary hearing, May 27th at 8:30. And in your case, I'm just releasing you. I did not find probable cause because the police just didn't provide enough information to support their allegation that what you had was actually methamphetamine. But the case is not dismissed. As I put in your paperwork, that the allegations are still pending against you. I gave you a phone number to call to make sure, because sometimes in cases like this, the county attorney is going to wait for the lab results before they bring the formal written charges. So call a few days before the 22nd. So that's a Thursday. So maybe call that Monday. Call the number for court administration and just say, do I still have a court date on Thursday? You can just save yourself a trip downtown if the county attorney decides to wait for labs before they charge you. That's up to them, it's not up to me. So just don't miss any court dates. If you're not there on the 22nd, there will be a warrant issued for you, even though I found no probable cause. They're going to issue a failure to appear warrant if you don't go on the 22nd. Okay? All right, everything's on your paperwork. You'll be released in a few hours. All right, with no house calls, which is clearly due to quality DOing, we're going to stand in recess until 1 p.m.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Commissioner Hughes. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for Wednesday, May 7th. The court's orders for the taking of DNA samples and fingerprints issued on the first calendar of May will apply to all of the hearings on this calendar. As we get started in here this afternoon, I will call each of you into the courtroom one at a time. I'll ask one of you to stand behind this gray podium here in front of me in the courtroom. I'll ask the next two people that I intend to call into the courtroom to have a seat and line up in the two chairs right inside this door facing all of you. Once you work your way into the courtroom and you're behind the podium, the first thing I will do is ask you to state your full name and date of birth. I will then explain to you why you're here this afternoon. After that, I will tell you whether you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. Those lawyers are sometimes called public defenders. You all have the right to the assistance of counsel in a criminal case. Whether or not you qualify for a public defender, you all have the right to retain, hire private counsel if you wish to have a private lawyer defend you. After we talk about whether you get a lawyer, I will give you the next court hearing dates and times that you'll be required to attend after this court hearing. And the last thing we'll do while you're in the courtroom is talk about whether you are legally eligible for release from custody. If you are, we will talk about on what terms and conditions you can be released. In addition to that right to the assistance of counsel, you all also have the right to remain silent. These are recorded criminal proceedings. That means anything that you choose to say in the courtroom this morning can be used against you at any point down the line in these proceedings. Unless you have made arrangements with a private lawyer, there will not be a lawyer in the courtroom this afternoon for purposes of your defense. For those of you that will not, well, for anyone, really, I encourage you not to make any statements regarding the facts of your case that you have not had an opportunity to discuss before you make those statements with a lawyer. So for those of you that won't have a lawyer in here this afternoon, I encourage you to hold any questions, comments, statements you have about the facts of your case for a hearing where you have a lawyer present to discuss that with before you make any statements on the record that you won't be able to take back. Last thing I'll tell you all before we get started is that all of the information I give you while you're in the courtroom will be contained in a written document. That document is called a release order, and you will get a copy of it when you're done in the courtroom and you step back into the room that you're in right now. So please don't feel like you need to memorize dates and times and conditions as we're going through them in the courtroom, but please keep that paperwork with you wherever you go from here, because come tomorrow, the next day, next week, as long as you still have that paperwork, you can look back at it and you'll still have all the information you got while you were standing in the courtroom. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Can I please have Dakota Barnes into the courtroom behind the podium? Fidel Ortuno, if you would please take a seat in this first chair right inside the door. Adon Ratana, if you would please take a seat in the second chair. Right inside the door. Yeah, right there. Thank you, sir. Okay, good afternoon to you all. Mr. Barnes, can I start by asking you to please tell me your name and your full name and date of birth?
Dakota Matthew Barnes, 11/28/95.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. And appearance of counsel for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephen Garcia on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia. Thank you for being here. Okay, and last but not least, appearance of counsel for the defendant.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rhonda Neff appearing on behalf of Dakota Barnes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Neff. Thank you for being here. Okay, Mr. Barnes, you are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are one count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, and one count of discharging a firearm in the city limits. That one's a Class 6 felony. Based on my review of the facts as alleged against you provided to me in a written document from law enforcement called a Form 4, I am inclined to find probable cause to support those two allegations. Before I do that, I will start by asking your lawyer, Ms. Neff, any argument or considerations you would like for the court to make in regards to probable cause?
Your Honor, as expected, we'd be asking that the court not find probable cause. In this particular case, which we'll talk about more when we get to release conditions, this is a case of self-defense, and I believe that the Form 4 fairly accurately spells out a lot of that self-defense claim. As the court likely knows, in Arizona, justification defenses are a burden for the state, not for the defendant. Mr. Barnes, you know, he will comply with whatever decision the court makes, but ultimately based on the statements made in the probable cause statement, including from the alleged victim himself, that he was shot as Mr. Barnes was actually running away from him, we believe that there's sufficient facts here to find justification and a lack of probable cause.
Thank you, Ms. Neff. Mr. Garcia, response, counter-argument, any other considerations you would like for the court to make in regards to probable cause?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Ms. Neff, while I hear and appreciate your argument, I think as a preliminary matter for purposes of this hearing, the allegations in the Form 4 do, if they are proven true, meet the legal elements of the crime. If the state has to further prove justification or the defense has any affirmative defenses, as you probably know, that'll be a time, place, later, evidentiary hearing, potentially at trial. So for purposes of this hearing this afternoon, I am finding probable cause for those two allegations. Ms. Neff, is your notice of appearance for the entirety of the case?
Currently, Your Honor, it's limited to this appearance only, although we do anticipate that it's likely we will come in for the full proceedings. At this time, I'd ask that the court designate him indigent, just in the event that we are not brought in as counsel.
Okay. Heard and will do. Mr. Barnes, I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you after this hearing. I don't know if you heard this preliminarily or if you were still talking to your lawyer. You have the right to have a lawyer defend you in this case. I am going to determine that you are indigent, which is what allows me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You have the right to make an agreement with Ms. Neff or any other private lawyer for defense after this hearing. To the extent that you do that, Ms. Neff or whatever lawyer you make an agreement with will notify the court and the public defender will withdraw. In the event you do not make an agreement with Ms. Neff or any other private lawyer for after this hearing, you'll continue to be represented by the public defender's office. Okay, next hearings in this matter will be a status conference May 13th and then a preliminary hearing May 15th. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. Before I consider or impose any release conditions, I will ask for argument and recommendation from each side. In this round, I'm going to start with the state. Argument for release conditions, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, given the seriousness of the charge and the concern for the safety of the community, for the victim himself, we are asking for a $250,000 cash bond. It does appear that the defendant is from California and lives in California. With that said, at this point, the state is unaware of any convictions for the defendant. But on just looking at the Form 4, Your Honor, it looks like he shot an unarmed man no matter the circumstances. Looks like the situation that got out of control, and the defendant responded by shooting the victim in the stomach. It also appears that life-saving measures had to be taken at the scene, and then he went to the hospital to undergo surgery. So with that, Your Honor, we're asking for the $250,000 cash bond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Response and counter-argument recommendation.
Your Honor, if I may, I can't hear the argument.
In this Form 4, I think it goes directly have reasonable places that he can stay in Arizona. And I want to address a couple of things that were in the Form 4 that I also think are important for this court's determination. In this case, Mr. Barnes did leave the scene. He was rightfully scared of what had just happened. Even after he shot the alleged victim to try to get the pursuit to stop, the alleged victim jumped on his car and started banging on his windshield. So he did leave the scene. However, he almost immediately contacted counsel and was on his way to surrender himself. But for counsel wanting to meet with him in advance of that, he would have surrendered himself to law enforcement right away. And upon meeting with us yesterday as counsel, we did in fact take him down and surrender him voluntarily. This was not a case where flight was to avoid arrest or prosecution. It was because Mr. Barnes wanted to escape the situation that was happening at the bar and any further incident. He also wanted to ensure, having not a lot of sophistication in the criminal justice system, that he had an opportunity to speak with a lawyer before being brought in by law enforcement. I don't believe that there is a need for a cash bond at this time. There is no ongoing risk to the public. He is, 30 years old and has not harmed the public up to this point. I think the justification defense is a good basis. I can understand that type of a cash bond in a case where this was just a willy-nilly, he just decided to walk around and shoot somebody case, but that's not what this is. There is going to be release conditions in place that prevent him from having any contact with this victim. He wants no contact with this victim. This victim is in no ongoing danger of him. So we believe that pretrial services is sufficient to monitor him while he's out on release in this case. If, which I think is extremely unlikely, he were to violate the terms of his release, we could always redetermine release conditions at that time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Neff. I have considered the allegations in the Form 4. I have received, reviewed, and considered a written victim impact statement from the alleged victim, in this case, the one that was shot. My understanding is there are two alleged victims, one physically injured, one at which a weapon was pointed, but not physically injured. The victim impact statement that I reviewed is from the alleged victim that was physically injured.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm having trouble hearing you, if you can hear me. I can see you, but I can't hear you. I can see you, but I can't hear you. Oh, no, thank you, Your Honor.
We are ready. All right. You should be on his way.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate that for returning.
So he's listening to pre-trial practice.
Okay.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez. Are you our interpreter today? Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Let's go ahead and get started. Good evening. This is the time for the 5 p.m. calendar initial appearance court on May 7th, 2025.
Buenas tardes. Esta es la lista de casos para las 5 de la tarde, hoy 7 de mayo 2025.
The court's orders to the taking of DNA and fingerprints made on the first calendar of this month will apply to all hearings on this calendar.
La orden emitida en la primera lista de casos para este mes aplicará. La orden emitida en la primera lista de casos de este mes para la toma de huellas digitales y muestras de ADN aplicará a esta lista de casos.
I will call you each up to the podium one at a time. Please listen for your name.
Les llamaré que pasen a la sala uno a la vez. Por favor, pongan cuidado por su nombre.
I'll then announce whoever is up next. Please sit in the chair that's right outside of the courtroom.
Luego diré el nombre de la persona que sigue. Esa persona, por favor, siéntese en la silla que está fuera de la sala.
I'll let you know what you've been arrested for, what your next court dates are, and any release conditions that I'm ordering today.
Les diré por qué están aquí el día de hoy. Les diré cuál será la siguiente fecha de comparecencia y cuáles son las medidas cautelares en su caso, si es que hay.
Let's start with Irving Pacheco to the podium.
Empecemos con Irving Pacheco, que pase a la sala.
Number 9 still Spanish case or no? Is 9 still Spanish or no?
And then we'll have Helena Yazi to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Buenas tardes, su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Buenas tardes, soy Irving Eduardo Pacheco Valenzuela, nací el 14 de febrero del 2000.
Good afternoon. My name is Irvin Eduardo Pacheco Valenzuela. I was born February 14th, 2000.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case.
Gracias. Usted comparece aquí el día de hoy por un caso nuevo que tiene ante el Tribunal Superior.
You were arrested on allegations of 5 counts of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felonies.
Fue arrestado por 5 acusaciones de posesión prohibida de un arma, un delito de categoría 4.
4 counts of defacing a deadly weapon, Class 6 felonies.
4 cargos de desfiguración de un arma mortífera, delito de categoría 4.
And 1 count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, Class 6 felony.
Y un cargo de huir del orden público, un delito de categoría 5.
I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney.
Dicto que hay fundamento fáctico para someterle a proceso y le asignaré un abogado.
I am setting a status conference on May 13th at 8:30 a.m.
Fijaré una consulta de actualización para el día 13 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
And a preliminary hearing on May 15th at 8:30, both in the Downtown Superior Court.
Y una audiencia preliminar para el día 15 de mayo, también a las 8:30 en el centro de la ciudad, en el Tribunal Superior.
I will issue a secured appearance bond today in the amount of $50,000.
Fijaré una fianza en su caso por el importe de $50,000 respaldados.
If you post that bond, I'm also going to order that pretrial services supervises you in the community and that they install an electronic monitor on you prior to your release.
Si usted presta esa fianza respaldada, usted podrá ser puesto bajo libertad, usted podrá ser puesto en libertad bajo la supervisión de control de procesados y antes de salir de la cárcel tendrá que llevar un grillete de monitoreo electrónico.
I'm also ordering that you not possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription.
Tendrá prohibido tener armas, tendrá prohibido tener drogas sin una receta médica válida.
All of this will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Todo esto figurará en la hoja de resumen que se le entregue. ¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No, ninguna.
No, none.
Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and then take a seat.
Muy bien, pase a la izquierda, recoja su hoja y tome asiento.
And Mr. Hernandez, that was the only one that I had listed as needing an interpreter, but can you do just a general call to the gallery before disconnecting today?
Yes, sir. Buenas tardes a todos. ¿Hay alguna persona más en la sala que necesita intérprete de español? Si es así, levante la mano ahora, por favor.
Don't see any hands, Mr. Hernandez, so thank you so much for being available, but feel free to disconnect at any time.
Thank you, Judge.
Helena Yazi to the podium, and Johnny Sharp to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Helena Yazi, 10/21/1991.
Thank you. We are here today on 2 different cases. The first is a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I'm only finding probable cause as to the drug paraphernalia allegation. I was not provided with enough information from the arresting agency to find probable cause on the dangerous drug possession allegation. I will appoint you an attorney, so talk to your attorney about what that means moving forward. I am going to set a status conference on May 13th at 8:30. That's in the Downtown Superior Court. Because you were on felony release on another case when these new allegations allegedly occurred, I do have to hold you non-bondable today. But I am setting an evidentiary hearing on May 14th at 1:30 p.m. Talk with your attorney. Your attorney can argue for your release at that point in time. We're also here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on your other case involving dangerous drug possession and drug paraphernalia. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you in that case, and I will set a status conference on May 13th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 15th at 8:30 as well in the Downtown Superior Court, and I will affirm the bond in the amount of $1,000, but don't post that bond because you're being held non-bondable in your new case. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
I have a job. I just started a job. I was just walking home. I started a job. I didn't have a place to stay. I don't have a phone. And I couldn't get to my court date because of that reason. I've been sleeping on people's couches, my friends' couches. And I was just walking home from work, and the
I
officer
understand. So this is something that you should likely have a conversation with your attorney about. This isn't something discretionary. I can't just let you out today. The law is very clear that since you have new felony allegations that probable cause has been established, that I have to hold you non-bondable. It's not discretionary.
So when
talk with your attorney can argue for your release at that hearing.
when do I get out?
So you have your next hearing that's going to be on the 14th at 1:30 p.m. is your evidentiary hearing.
That's when I get out.
That's when your attorney can argue for your release. Okay, grab your paperwork and then take a seat to your left. Johnny Sharp to the podium and Joseph Belton to the chair, please.
Hey, good, bud.
Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Johnny Lee Sharp, 11280.
Thank you. We are here today on two different cases. The first is a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of unlawful flight from law enforcement, Class 5 felony, reckless driving, Class 2 misdemeanor, and criminal trespassing, Class 3 misdemeanor. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 13th at 8:30 and an evidentiary hearing on May 14th at 1:30 p.m. Since you were on felony release when these new allegations allegedly occurred, I do have to hold you non-bondable. So talk with your attorney. Your attorney can argue for your release at that evidentiary hearing. We're also here today on your failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving narcotic drug possession, drug paraphernalia, and 2 different counts of driving under the influence. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you and set a status conference on May 13th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 15th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. And I will affirm the bond in the amount of $1,000 that was in your bench warrant, but don't post that since you're being held non-bondable in the new case. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Just, why, non-bondable, the first I just got, the new one?
Correct.
Okay, why? Because I had one prior to it?
So because you were on felony release on one case and you picked up new charges on a new case, I have to hold you non-bondable.
Okay.
Okay.
Till the 13th, is what you said?
Go ahead and grab your paperwork and take your seat to your left. Today is the 7th, correct. Joseph Belton to the podium and Gwendolyn Divers to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Joseph Belton, 5/2/98.
Thank you. We are here today on 3 different cases. The first is a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of artifice, intent to facilitate shoplifting, Class 4 felony, organized retail theft, merchandise, Class 4 felony, shoplifting, Class 1 misdemeanor, and drug paraphernalia, Class 1 misdemeanor. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 13th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $15,000 on this case. We're also here today on 2 different probation violations for violating Term 1. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 14th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. And I will hold you non-bondable on your probation matters. All this information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Oh, sir.
Okay, grab your paperwork and take a seat. Gwendolyn Divers to the podium and Jacob King to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Gwendolyn Divers, 11/20/65.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of aggravated assault, Class 3 felony, and assault, Class 1 misdemeanor. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 13th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $15,000. If you do post bond, I am ordering that pretrial services supervises you in the community and that they install an electronic monitor on you prior to your release. I'm also ordering that you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any victim, complainant, or witness, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must obey any terms of any order of protection or order against harassment that has been or will be issued. All this information will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Judge, I have a job. I work tomorrow. I work in healthcare. I've been a CNA for 38 years. I'm not a threat to go anywhere. I just need to keep my job that I've been working for 38 years, that's my type of.
So there are about 15 different factors according to the law that I have to take in consideration when setting release conditions. Your likelihood to appear at court is one of those 15 factors. Another one of those factors is the potential danger to the community or the victim in this case. The allegations that you are here on is that you allegedly had stabbed your significant other. So I do find that there would be a danger to either the victim or the community at large if I were to release you on less onerous means. So I am setting that $15,000 secured bond. If you do use a bonding company, typically they require about 10% plus collateral. So you can use a bonding company, but I am ordering that bond be posted prior to your release.
And how much is, it's gotta be 15,000?
So 10% of $15,000 would be $1,500.
$1,500.
Correct.
I would have to post that.
But if you do post that bond, you still have to follow the remainder of my release conditions.
Okay.
All that's gonna be in your paperwork. Go ahead and grab that and take a seat. Jacob King to the podium, and Goyne Robinson to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Jacob King, February 14, 2006.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, and aggravated DUI, a passenger under the age of 15, a Class 6 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 13th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $2,500. If you do post bond, I'm also ordering that pretrial services supervises you in the community and that they conduct alcohol testing and monitoring as a condition of your release. I'm also ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription, no possessing or consuming any alcohol, and no driving any motor vehicle until further order of this court. All of that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Bella Bosman would still do the 10% on that one as well?
That's correct, because it's a secured bond.
Okay, just because I do have a job that I have to get to tomorrow, but.
Yep, so they'll give you information on how to post that bond when you get back to processing.
Okay, thank you.
Grab your paperwork and take a seat.
All right, thank you.
Goyne Robinson to the podium, and Jorge Rojas to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Goyne Robinson, 7/12/85.
Thank you. We are here today on two different cases. The first is a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of narcotic drug possession for sale, Class 2 felony, narcotic drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I'm only finding probable cause as to the drug paraphernalia allegation, not the other two. I was not provided with enough information from the arresting agency. I am appointing you an attorney, so talk with your attorney about what that means moving forward. I am going to set a status conference on May 13th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 15th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. We're also here today on a probation violation warrant for violating term 1 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in that case as well. Set a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 14th at 8:30. That'll be in the downtown Superior Court as well. I am going to issue a secured bond in the amount of $500 on each case, so that's $1,000 total. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Jorge Rojas to the podium, and Mark Talabas to the chair, please. Jorge Rojas. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Mark Talabas to the podium. And then Denise Serna to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Mark Kenny Talabas, 04/2982.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3, 5, and 15 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 14th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to set a secured bond today in the amount of $750. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork and take a seat. Denise Cerna to the podium, and Nicole Andrade to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Denise Nicole Cerna, June 12, 1999.
Thank you. We are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving theft, controlled property, Class 6 felony. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you in this case. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 14th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to set a secured appearance bond today in the amount of $500. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, I just want to see if you would give me another try. We didn't have a car to get to the court, but my mom just got her car out yesterday. She got me a phone, and I'll be able to call probation.
Okay, I am going to order that bond at this point in time. On your paperwork that you're going to receive today has the number for probation. If you're ever in a situation where you cannot get to court, call your probation officer and also call your attorney so that both of those people know. Okay?
All right.
Go ahead and grab your paperwork and take a seat. Nicole Andrade to the podium and Susan Silva to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Nicole Andrade, Nicole S. Andrade, 11576.
Thank you. We are here today on a Justice Court warrant out of the Encanto Justice Court. It's for a case involving driving with a suspended license. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Encanto Justice Court on May 12th at 8:30 a.m. I am going to set a secured bond today in the amount of $500. It does appear that this warrant is from 2014, so it's over a decade old at this point in time. So make sure that even if you post that bond, you have to get to court to get this addressed.
Okay.
I'm also ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription and no driving without a valid driver's license. Okay. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, no.
Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Susan Silva to the podium. And Julio Grijalva to the chair, please. Bless you. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
I'm Susan Silva. I'm 102966.
Thank you. We are here today on an out-of-county warrant out of the Casa Grande Justice Court. It's for a case involving driving with a suspended license. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Casa Grande Justice Court on May 12th at 8:30 a.m.
So I went to that court
date. I am going to issue a secured bond in the amount of $250. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription and no driving without a valid driver's license. All of this will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
I went to that court date. Me and my husband rented a room and went to that court date. We went. I don't have any failure to appear. I went to that court date.
So there
How
is
am I
a
going to
failure
prove
to-
it this long away? We went.
There is a failure to appear warrant that is currently
That's
active out of
wrong.
Casa Grande. Ma'am, at this point in time, the judicial officer in your case was asking to hold you on a bond of $1,230. I'm only setting a bond of $250. I don't have any further information since this is a case that is out of county. I would suggest contacting the Casa Grande Justice Court in order to see what exactly happened. It's possible that you were there and it's a clerical error, but I have no way to verify that at this point in time. So I am going to set that bond at $250.
Am I good?
That's unless you have any other questions. Julio Grijalva to the podium and Frank Hernandez to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
My name is Julio David Grijalva. June 20th, 1984 is my birthday.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving dangerous drug possession and drug paraphernalia. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you in this case. I am setting a status conference on May 13th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 15th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond of the warrant. That's a $500 secured bond. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no contacting any of the arresting officers. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
I'm good.
Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Frank Hernandez to the podium. And Nathaniel McCollum to the chair, please.
Frank Hernandez, 72587.
Thank you. We are here today on two different probation violation warrants for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney on both cases. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 14th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to set a secured bond in the amount of $250 on each case. That's a total bond of $500. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Is there any way you can lower the bond?
Not at this point in time, but talk with your attorney. Your attorney can ask for that at the next hearing. Nathaniel McCullough to the podium, and Ariel Leon to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Nathaniel James, 3997.
Thanks. We're here today on a Superior Court probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 14th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am issuing a secured bond in the amount of $250 on each case, $500 total. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Ariel Leon to the podium. And Rachel Hagardia to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Ariel Leon, 11/1992.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 4 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 14th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $250. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
So I stay to the 14th, right?
Unless that bond is posted. You can post that bond and be released.
I don't think
Okay, grab your paperwork and take a seat. Rachel Hagarida to the podium, and then Angel Alcantara to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Rachel Higarida, 04-1391.
Thank you. We are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving dangerous drug possession and criminal trespassing. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you. I am setting a status conference on May 13th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond and the warrant. That's a $500 secured bond. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no possessing any drugs without a valid prescription, and no driving without a valid driver's license. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Angel Alcantara to the podium, and Julian Pena to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Angel Alcantara, 12/3/75.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of aggravated DUI, license suspended or revoked, Class 4 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 22nd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 27th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today to the supervision of pretrial services. As a part of pretrial release, I'm also ordering that they conduct alcohol testing and monitoring as a condition of your release. I'm also ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription, no possessing or consuming any alcohol, and you may not drive a motor vehicle until further order of the court. All this is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead and take a seat for right now. The officer will give you your paperwork shortly. Julian Pena to the podium, and Tristan Jones to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Julian Peña, age 88.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, narcotic drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 22nd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 27th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today the supervision of pretrial services. You're going to get an envelope as you leave court today that has details on pretrial release. Make sure you read through that. I'm also ordering that you not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no contacting any of the arresting officers. All this is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and take a seat for right now. The officer will give you your paperwork shortly. Joe Ortiz to the podium, and Tristan Jones to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Joe Ortiz, June 19th, 1990.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, and loitering, Class 3 misdemeanor. I'm only finding probable cause as to the loitering allegation, not to the dangerous drug possession. Doesn't mean that that allegation necessarily goes away. The state could still charge you with that down the line, but I'm not making any orders today regarding that allegation. I am going to appoint you an attorney, so we'll talk to your attorney about what that means moving forward. I am going to set a status conference on May 22nd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 27th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. Yep. I'm also ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead and take a seat for right now. The officer will bring you your paperwork shortly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tristan Jones to the podium. And then Adrian Bowling White to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Tristan Jones, 08/26/1999.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of escape, third degree, Class 6 felony, and criminal trespassing, Class 2 misdemeanor. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 22nd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 27th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. As a condition of your release, I'm going to order that they install an electronic monitor on you prior to your release. I'm also ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with the arresting officers, and no drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Adrian Bowling White to the podium, and Alexander Lisega to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Adrian Bowling White, 04/01/2005.
Thank you. We are here today on a Justice Court new case out of the San Marcos Justice Court. You were arrested on allegations of theft, control of property, Class 1 misdemeanor. I will find probable cause. I am setting an arraignment hearing on May 27th at 10 a.m. in the San Marcos Justice Court. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at that next court date. As a part of your release, I am going to order that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription and no driving without a valid driver's license.
Okay.
All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Alexander Lisega to the podium, and Glenn Davison to the chair, please. Alexander Lisega. Glenn Davison to the podium. Oh, we'll have Mr. Lisega first, I guess.
How you doing?
Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Alexander Lisiaga, 3/5/1978.
Thank you. Go ahead and remove your hat, sir. Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of criminal trespassing on a critical public service facility, which is a Class 5 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. I'm also ordering that you not initiate contact with the arresting officers, no possessing any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and you may only return to Sky Harbor Airport if permitted to do so by all applicable authorities. That includes, without limitation, the Aviation Department of the City of Phoenix, the Phoenix Police Department, and the Transportation Security Administration. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Glenn Davison to the podium and Jim Remmer to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Glenn Davison, 22669.
Thank you. We are here today on a justice court warrant under the Arrowhead Justice Court on a case involving contractor acting without a license. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Arrowhead Justice Court on May 27th at 2 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date.
Thank you, sir.
I'm also ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription and no contacting any of the arresting officers. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, grab your paperwork and have a seat. Jim Remmer to the podium and Michael Padilla to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Jim Reamer, 1754.
Thank you. We are here today on a municipal court new case out of the Peoria Municipal Court. You were arrested on allegations of criminal trespassing, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor. I will find probable cause, and I'm setting an arraignment hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court on May 27th at 9 a.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. I'm also ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime and no drugs without a valid prescription. All that information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat.
Where's my paperwork at?
I have it in my hand.
Oh, okay.
Michael Padilla to the podium and Jorge Rojas to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Michael Padilla, May 16th, 1995.
Thank you. We are here today on a municipal court warrant out of the Peoria Municipal Court for a case involving drug paraphernalia. I will set an arraignment hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court on May 27th at 9 a.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at that next court date. As a part of your release, I'm also ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription and no driving without a valid driver's license. Now, I just want to give you a heads up. It does look like your Peoria assigned municipal court judge was asking for a $250 cash bond. I'm going to give you one more opportunity to make sure that you get to court, but if you miss court again, another warrant will likely be issued and that bond will likely be higher. So make sure you get to your next court date on the 27th, okay? All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Jorge Rojas to the podium. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
George Xavier Rojas, June 15, 1990.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 6 and 7 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 14th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond in the amount of $750. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
So I'm staying here till the 14th?
Unless you post that bond.
Okay.
If you post that bond, you can be released.
Okay.
Okay? Grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. The final matter on the calendar, number 23, Eloise Radke. I did receive information prior to the calendar beginning from MCSO deputies that she would be a danger to herself or others if she were brought to court, so I will conduct her initial appearance at her cell. We're here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms out of a Pinal County probation violation warrant. I am going to affirm the request in the Pinal County probation warrant, which is requesting that she be held non-bondable. I am going to appoint an attorney to represent her in Pinal County. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Pinal County Superior Court on May 12th at 8:30, and I will review all of this information with her at her cell and provide her with a written copy of her release conditions, since she is saying non-bondable until she's provided to Pinal County. There will be no other release conditions to provide her, and I will give her a written copy of all of what I just reviewed. If I do need to make any modifications or changes, I'll do so either on the record or in writing. That does conclude the 5 p.m. calendar. We will stand in recess until 8 p.m.